meira eða minna afreksráðstefnu sem að ISI, UMFI, HR og IBR að halda og við erum búin að finna fyrir miklum áhuga á þessari bara, ætla að segja, málefni þar sem að það er svona ýmislegt að gerast auðvitað í íþróttaheiminum. Ef það er einhverju laus sæti þá megið þið kannski svona aðeins því það er uppselt þannig að þið megið alveg þjappa, gott hjá þessum herramönnum að vera bara alveg fremst. Þeir ætla að fá mest út úr þessu. Herðu, en við erum líka með slætó, áttu ekki að virka ef ég íti hérna. Á ég að gera eitthvað? Ég ætla að setja næstu glæru. Ó, þetta er bara svona einfalt. Herðu, þannig að endilega þið getið farið inn á slætó og endilega gera það núna því að svo hverfur þetta eftir smástund. Þannig að ef þið hafið spurningar að þá getið þið sett þar inn. En við ætlum samt enga síður að ég er búin aðeins að snúa upp á hendina á fyrirlesurunum og við ætlum að reyna alltaf að hafa smá rými í lokin fyrir spurningar þannig að þið getið spurt þau sjálf en endilega samt kannski setið þarna inn ef að tækifæri gefst ekki til að þá getum við kannski spurt síðar í dag. Er það ekki? Þið eru svo einbeitt, ég ætla að leyfa ykkur að skrifa niður svo tölur. Herðu, en við ætlum sem sagt að í dag að fá að heyra frá algjörum fagmönnum og það sem við erum að tala svona snemmtæka afreksvæðingu í íþróttum barna og ungmenna og áhrif þeirra ungt fólk. Og Ráðstefna RIG hefur nú yfirleitt alltaf lagt sig mikið fram að fá algjöra sérfræðinga og þau eru frá Kanada og Oslo, ég man ekki, eru þau bæði frá Oslo, strákarnir? Og Danmörku, he understands. Já, herðu, en við ætlum að byrja á Katie Castle frá Kanada en bakgrunn hennar kemur úr fimleikum þar sem hún bæði iðkaði og þjálfaði og sérhæfir sig í vinnu með ungu íþróttafólki, fjölskyldum og þjálfunum þeirra sem að þau vinna meðal annars að frammistöðu kvíða. Katie, welcome.
Thank you for having me. I don't know what she said about me, but I will tell you a little bit about myself. French is all we've got in Canada, so I can't even pick out any little words. I tried. I'm very excited to be here today to speak to you about what youth sports looks like in, I can't speak for all of North America, Canada especially, but from my understanding, similar to the US, although we're probably just a few steps behind the US as we are in most things, sort of a blend between the European culture and the American culture. So my name is Katie. I am a registered psychologist in Canada, so I am not on the academic side. I am a practitioner, so I have my own private practice in Edmonton, Alberta. So hockey is life in Edmonton. I grew up as a gymnast. I was a competitive gymnast in the late 80s, 90s, and I began coaching gymnastics shortly after that when I was a teenager. I coached for quite a long period of time, fairly high-level gymnastics before I decided to finish my training to become a psychologist. So my athletes that I see are almost entirely youth athletes. Most sports psychologists in Canada don't see kids under about 16. But with the way that sports culture is going, we have found that it is more important than ever to help younger athletes just with the type of environment that they're facing compared to when I was a young athlete. So I'm a very, very busy one-woman show because of the nature of what sports is in Canada right now, which I'm going to talk about. So this is my son, actually, the one in the white here. He is 10. He's a good little hockey player. I will bring him up once or twice here. So as I said, I see almost entirely youth athletes, so variety of sports. Doesn't seem to be a huge difference in the type of environment that athletes are facing, whether it's soccer, gymnastics, hockey, figure skating. So youngest I typically will see kids is about 8. And the younger they are, the more I will involve their families. So the less control they have over their environment, so the more I will attempt to bring families into treatment methods. But I started on this path, this research, this I guess, pet project for me, because I was seeing a lot of trends in the athletes that I was seeing, where parents were bringing them to me because they were losing confidence, they were stressed out, and the parents wanted some help. But most of the things that they were bringing them to me for were related to the environment. Nothing that I could actually really change for the athlete. And I felt it was unfair to bring a small child to a psychologist to try and fix something that I felt quite certain the environment was causing. So that's sort of what led me on this path. This is what we're going to cover here today. So the history of why we got here. There's a lot of research. I did a meta-analysis on the research around what some of the problematic points of professionalizing youth sports are. I have some suggestions for what we could do to ameliorate that, and then a summary and hopefully some time for questions at the end. So this is me in, I don't know, probably 1989, something like that, in my, probably just my school clothes, threw my jersey on over top for pictures. That is looks like a dollar store hat, and I'm pretty sure my mom would have used like a Sharpie to just draw the team logo on the front of the hat. She would sometimes use a stencil. We would come up with a team name, like the Ducks or the Elms or whatever it is, the Dragons, and then she would take everybody's hats home. She was the crafty mom, and she would use her colored Sharpies. And so all of this in community baseball in 1989 was very low stress. And I was probably a pretty decent little baseball player. I would have missed a lot for gymnastics. They wouldn't have cared. I probably was doing gymnastics 3 days a week. By that point, I'm probably about 6, maybe 7 here, and they wouldn't have cared. I probably would have rushed here from gymnastics for the pictures, and they would have thrown me in at the last minute. It doesn't look like anyone brushed my hair prior to this. So pretty low stress, pretty just joy of baseball, me trying a bunch of different sports, right? So this is, we'll say 1990. When I began coaching, it would have been about 1998. 1999, and already it was shifting. So there was no just, throw your jersey on over top of your school clothes at that point. The little girls I was coaching would have had a bodysuit for each day of the week for training. So, you wouldn't have had to go home and do the laundry. They would just have extra bodysuits. Their parents would maybe buy them one as a prize, whereas my mom handmade all of my gymnastics suits. I dreaded going to the fabric store with her because we would be in there for an hour, but I would get to pick out the fabric for my suits. So even though gymnastics is a very expensive sport, there were lots of ways for us to keep it manageable and affordable. And I was not the least bit embarrassed about my mom making my suits. In fact, my teammates would beg her to make them for them too. So very affordable. Quite a bit of change just 15 years later when I was coaching, and the girls I was coaching would go to a competition and their parents would buy them a suit. Every time we went to a competition and there was a vendor in the lobby, they would get a brand new bodysuit. So already you're starting to see the shifting. I also, as a pretty decent competitive gymnast, I never made the national team. I didn't make a national championships, but was a pretty good provincial level gymnast. The only time we ever traveled outside of our province, we heavily fundraised to do a fun trip to Hawaii for a competition when I was 14, and it was the highlight of my whole gymnastics career. And that was it. After 10 years of training, 20 hours a week, that was the only time we ever traveled outside of the country, certainly to compete. Nowadays, I don't have gymnasts. I have 2 boys. And nowadays, there is 1 international competition per season, pretty much in any club that you go to. So I have a couple of girlfriends that own a gymnastics club, and every single year they decide where they're going to go. We're going to go to Mexico, we're going to go to Hawaii, we're going to go to Florida, and it would be probably about $2,000, $2,500 to take, a parent and your 10-year-old to some competition in Florida. typically they're competing against kids the exact same level as they would have been competing against back home. So this is purely for fun, for enjoyment, but if you can't afford to go, even though these aren't mandatory, your child will feel left out. So it feels mandatory as a parent when you know that your child might be the only one who can't go. So things are shifting dramatically from the 90s to the 2020s in terms of what it costs, what the expectations are, and how professional we are treating younger athletes. So this is my good friend, this is her daughter. She is a pretty high-level gymnast. The bodysuit that she is wearing has Swarovski crystals on it. So this bodysuit is about 500 Canadian dollars. And this is their competitive suit. This isn't a training suit. This is the one they wear for competitions. But it is significantly more than anything. We had velvet suits in the 90s, and I'm sure they were not much more than $100 or so, and they were hot. They were not comfortable to compete in. So they're also, in addition to this bodysuit, she would have team gear upwards of about $1,000. So if you were in a private club, there is a requirement to have things like the matching coat, the matching track pants, the bag, all of the things that have to be branded. Okay, so this is for a private club. There are ways around that. My son competes in community hockey. We have chosen to stay in community hockey, not with a private hockey club. I know that doesn't exist in Europe, so I'll give you a little bit of a definition about what I mean so that you understand the difference between professionalized and private sports versus the community sports, because this is very much a debate for any sports parent in North America these days. So for community hockey, my son, we pay about $1,800 for the whole season. So that's 6 months. There is no requirement other than just their jersey, which you get with your fee. So he can wear whatever hockey gloves he wants, he can wear whatever stick, whatever helmet he wants. We get stickers to put on the helmet, so it's quite affordable. The only tournaments we do are within a 2-hour drive from our home. So very affordable. As a comparison, about half of his teammates at 10 years old have left to join private hockey clubs, and they will spend anywhere from $3,000 to $7,000 for their hockey season. They are getting a little bit more training, maybe 1 or 2 extra ice times that my son wouldn't get, but the coaches do not have more training. And the level is arguably the same. So very likely if the two teams were to play each other, the private team would likely win, but not by much, and possibly only because they're training more. They may not agree with that. But the biggest difference is the cost and the commitment. So because it is private, they are out of different arenas. So you're driving, some families will have to leave school early to make it across the city to get to their hockey training, whereas we are at community hockey rinks. So about 10 minutes from the house when we go to the rink. They're driving sometimes maybe 4 hours a week. Their hockey tournaments are sometimes they're getting on a plane to go to Vancouver for a hockey tournament or Toronto. So that's in addition to that $3,000 to $7,000. The travel would be on top of that. So some families are spending $10,000 for their 10-year-olds to play hockey, and that is not unusual where I'm from. And I would say some of these families would really struggle to pay that $10,000. It would come out of other things that the family would not be able to do. That is not extra money. Not everybody is wealthy there, so they're not taking family vacations or they're not putting that money into university fund for their child. Now, the other thing that I'm quite sure doesn't happen very much here, although potentially it's popping up slowly, is that we're starting to see private and charter schools incorporated with sports. So we don't have a lot of private schools in Canada. That is definitely more popular in the US. We have charter schools, which are kind of a blend between a private school and a public school. So it's a small fee, and it's sort of a specialized program. So a charter school might have, say, a gifted program if your child has above a certain IQ, but it is mostly considered a public school. Now we are seeing popping up private sports schools or private sports organizations that attach themselves onto a public school. So you can apply to the public school and be entered into a hockey-specific program, a soccer-specific program, lacrosse, which means that the kids go to school in the morning and then they train their sport in the afternoon. So often what is happening now is you get a carpool of kids, they go straight to the school, they do their schooling until noon, and then there's a shuttle bus that takes them to the hockey arena or the soccer field, and then either the teachers or specific other trainers will train them all afternoon, and then they go to their club training in the evening. So there are often kids who are doing 4 to 5 hours of training per day, and it's a lot. And they are also now only with those same kids all day long. So often the school training is done with their teammates, and then those same teammates hop in the next van and they go to their club training in the evening. So it's a lot, and this starts usually around 6th or 7th grade. So, just as a general, what we're seeing in Canada, there wasn't a lot of research. In 1982, we had a Stats Canada report released where we're seeing about $1,000 annually spent on recreation, but that would include not just sports, that would include things like movies, recreation, swimming memberships, things like this. So that is still quite a lot for 1982, but that includes a lot of other ways of recreation. By 1999, which is when I was still competing in gymnastics, there was an increase of 40% in recreation spending per household. And that was 25 years ago. Whereas projected to be $90 billion of gross output for North America in youth sports spending. That's just youth sports in North America. And I can see it plain as day with the types of tournaments that people are registering in and the types of gear and the types of training available. So it is a massively growing industry, and a lot of people are very attracted to it and trying to get into it. It grows daily. How did we get here? How have we grown that much? Why is it such a massive industry? Well, we have a lot of privatization. We have a lot, even though we are not the US, we have a lot of capitalism opportunities. So people have seen that there is opportunity to offer private training. They know that competitive parents want to give their kids a leg up, and there are no systems in place to prevent people from opening up their own type of private sports training facility. So you can open up a strength and conditioning program. I could open up a strength and conditioning program if I wanted to, with no training. And I could call myself a strength coach. I wouldn't have any numbers or initials after my name, but I could do it, and people do. A lot of athletes are really interested in staying involved in the sport. The ex-athletes, they want to find a way to make a career. They maybe don't want to change fields or go to university and get different types of training. So we see a lot of ex-athletes who do know the sport, but don't have any specific training in youth training, in biomechanics, things like this. But they have a name, they have an Instagram page, people know who they are. So a lot of ex-NHL players who live around us will open up hockey academy training. And kids will go there because it worked for them. So monetization is one major reason. There is a lot of profit to be made. Parents are also more involved than ever. We know that. I'm a millennial parent, so I know that. I mean, my husband and I are definitely much more involved in our kids' activities than my parents were. And I had pretty involved parents in the 80s, but it is exponentially more. Our kids don't do much on their own anymore. There's a lot of concern in North America about safety. I did get a chance to go and see the facilities here, and the kids just kind of, ride their bikes over and play soccer after school. There's not much of that because, first of all, distance. Everything is further apart where we are. So even the local facilities are a good 5 kilometers from your local schools. It's also cold. I mean, it's -20 where I came from. So there is no riding your bike. We are inside from November to February. So you do have to drive your children pretty much everywhere. And the other thing is parents are anxious parents are anxious about doing the best they can do for their kids. They want their kids to have every opportunity, and the knowledge isn't there. If you didn't grow up as a competitive athlete yourself, how are you as a parent supposed to know what the best training is for your child? It is very, very difficult. I'll tell you my personal story about that. As someone with that education, it is very difficult to find the right kind of provider for your child, and parents are easily swayed by their anxiety. And the private providers take advantage of this. They know that parents are anxious about giving their kids a leg up, and it's almost turned into a situation where we're selling our program, we're selling a dream, and we're trying to bring people in to our business just by selling them what we think we can do for their child. It's a little bit like selling a car in some ways. And I hate to make that comparison, but it does feel like that. So, as I mentioned earlier, what led me down this path was that I'm seeing how much of the psychological risk factors there are for teens, and now this is even younger and younger, because it used to be just 16-year-olds that were getting the private training, and now my son is on a AA hockey team, and he's 10. He just turned 10 last week, so he's in grade 4, and he does strength and conditioning on Wednesday evenings with a strength and conditioning coach who plays university hockey. I'm not entirely sure what his training is. I just kind of went with it because you can't question everything. But he's also on the ice before school on Wednesdays for an hour, Mondays after school, sometimes Fridays, and then they would have 1 or 2 games on the weekend. So he's got about 5 hours of hockey a week, which is manageable because it's local, but that's the community option, not the private, excessive option. So this is where the research comes in. So I was very interested to see what had been done on research for the private factors. There's no one study, so this is a meta-analysis. There's maybe a dozen different studies that I put together because sports psychology in North America isn't quite as developed academically as it is in Europe and in the Nordic countries. So a lot of the research I used was actually done on soccer, but some of the environmental conditions are the same. So these are the problematic factors that I was able to identify from the research and that I'm applying to our environment. So when you have things like private schools that are dedicated to sports, you're having decreased interaction with non-sport peers. And I see this a lot. So the amount of training that you're doing means you're only with your teammates the vast majority of the time. My son still goes to bed at 8:30. So he gets home from hockey and has dinner and does his 15 minutes of math homework. There is no opportunity for him to go and play with the neighborhood kids. Luckily, we are only doing it 3 times a week, so we have lots of time on the weekends. But if you are one of the families who is driving all the way to the other side of the city, you're not seeing your school friends, you're not seeing non-hockey friends. And same with the gymnasts. So if they're going to school with their teammates and then hopping in the carpool van to go to gymnastics, they only see those 4 teammates pretty much every day. So they're like siblings. They fight like siblings. And when they get to, say, junior high, we all know how challenging junior high can be for peers. There is no opportunity for them to escape. If they had a disagreement, they have to go to school with those kids the next day. They get no break. So plus, if they quit their sport, some of these kids have to change schools. So imagine if you're 14 and you decide gymnastics is no longer for you, or hockey is no longer for you, or you don't like the academy, and you're quitting your sport, you now have to go to a brand new high school with brand new kids. So your world is rocked. The other problematic factor is the explicit and implicit focus on performance outcomes. So when you're looking at a community program, my son's program in community hockey, they are looking at long-term developing these hockey players. Their coaches are not particularly worried about whether they win this season. They don't care about a championship. They want the kids to do well, but they're looking at long-term development. So when they make mistakes on the ice, they go, well, that's a mistake you have to make if you want to learn how to play that position. They don't get benched. They don't get yelled at. I mean, there's probably some coaches who do that a little bit in community hockey, but it's pretty relaxed because there's always a place for you in community hockey. Even if you're not playing at the AA level, You can drop down to tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. The coaches are not too worried about it. When you are in private sports, you are running a business. So you are going to only draw people to your sport if your club does well. So they no longer have the benefit of looking at long-term development. When the kids make mistakes, they very much feel that a reflection of themselves as a coach or as a club. So there is a shift in what the outcome means. They cannot have the ability to just have kids make mistakes whenever they want and go, okay, well, no big deal, there's another game next weekend. So there is a level of stress that is constantly on the kids, even if no one is saying it, right? If we don't win this, I might not make this team next year. I might have to go to a different club. I might have to go back to community hockey, which to them feels like a failure. And I say implicit because I do think that there are a lot of coaches that go to these clubs with good intentions. They really think that they have the ability to train hockey players or gymnasts, but implicitly the environment is more stressful. It is much more focused on outcomes than the process of developing an athlete. The other thing that happens quite a lot that is very problematic is labeling. So the separation that happens very early on between a talented athlete or a not talented athlete. So I know talent identification is very hotly debated in the sports psychology community. There is quite a lot of research on early identification, but most of us know that it is not accurate. The earlier we try to identify, the less accurate we get. And that happens with IQ as well. So if you are measuring IQ at, say, 5 or 6 years old, it is not predictive of what IQ is going to be later on. It's the same for sports. And especially for sports like hockey, where puberty has such a big factor in how they will develop. Gymnastics and figure skating are kind of the only sports where you do need some early specialization and where puberty has a little bit less of an impact on where you're going to end up. Now, psychologically, though, and my focus is on the psychological impact of labeling, not necessarily whether or not we're labeling kids as future superstars. My focus is on what is the psychological impact of labeling a young athlete as either talented or not. And I think we can presume that if you are labeled as not talented, that can be a bit crushing to their ego or their confidence. But I actually am more concerned about the kids who are labeled as talented, because I see a lot of these kids as teenagers. So they were the early developer. They were the one that stood out by 6 or 7. They got put into the best groups. But every single person that sees them and sees how well they do on the field or on the ice says to them things like, you've got a bright future. You're going to be such a great athlete. You're going to be a star. You're going to play in the NHL one day. And they're well-meaning. These are well-meaning people. They're positive. They're trying to be encouraging and give the kids good feedback. But kids take it in, all of it. They take all of it in as messaging, as this is what we expect from you. This is what the world expects from you. This is your path. This is where you are going to go. And that's not what people are intending, but that is what children are hearing. Those are the messages that they're swallowing, and we had no way of predicting it. We had no way of knowing where this child was going to end up or what they were going to like when they were older even. So when they become teenagers, and what happens, we all know what's going to happen, a lot of kids have caught up. It happens to almost every single early developer. The other kids catch up. And this is very, very heartbreaking for the kids who've always been told they were a standout. They think something's wrong with them. What's wrong with me? Why am I not standing out anymore? But this was inevitable. It was inevitable that they were going to be caught up to. And if anyone's familiar with the AIMS questionnaire, I would suggest taking a peek at it. So it's the Athletic Identity Measurement Scale. This is like any questionnaire, it is self-answered, so there is probably some limitations to credibility, but I enjoy putting the 10 questions on a screen for teenagers and letting them know that the more they identify, the more their identity is linked to their athletic ability, the higher risk they are for things like depression. And there is research on that. But when we tell kids what their identity is going to be at 7 years old, how can they not have their athletic ability linked to their identity, their worth, right? So that's probably my biggest problematic factor is the early labeling. So for my son, I know I'm like going to probably have to rush through the last little bit, but I will tell you this story because I think this one hit me really hard. My son at 6, my oldest, and I didn't grow up in a hockey family. I was a gymnast, of course, but I married into a hockey family, so I always knew we were going to have a hockey player. We put him on skates before 2, probably 20 months or so, and he was just ear to ear. He loved it. I was like, well, this is going to be my life. And we couldn't get him off the skates. I think he lasted longer than I did, and he was a very good skater. We put him in hockey at whatever the introductory level was at about 4.5, and he was not falling much. He liked to trip everybody. That was super fun for him, but he was a very early developer. And when you do the first sort of evaluations to make teams, they just time them to see how fast they can skate because they want the kids to be able to be on teams with other kids, similar abilities so that you're not crushing the other teams who can't skate, basically. But they don't share the times with the kids or the parents. So I had no idea what his time was when they did the evaluation. They put him on a team. And about halfway through that season, I got an email inviting him to try out for a AAA spring team. And spring hockey is like not very common. Usually you just kind of, go September to March and then you do other sports in the summer. So I was like, spring hockey, what is this? And it is the Wild West of hockey. So AAA, my 6-year-old who was in grade 1, who couldn't quite read yet, was invited to try out for a AAA hockey team, which I thought was very amusing. So I did not reply to that email, but we did end up on a spring hockey team. We found a coach who said, no, we're not going to do any of that. I just want the kids to have fun. They love hockey. Let's do it. We can compete against those other teams just by having fun. And I said, great. He loves hockey. Let's do it. Little did I know that this coach would get swept up in the Wild West of spring hockey too. So come spring, my 6-year-old who loved hockey, who'd never really thought about anything except skating and scoring goals, was getting benched because there were a couple other kids on that team who were better at scoring goals than him. And we had no warning. I'm sitting in the stands and going, he has not played. Like, he hasn't played at all in this whole third period, not stepped foot on the ice. And sure enough, he did not step foot on the ice for the entire third period of that gold medal game. And the coach just kept putting out the same 5 kids. And my son just, ushered to the back of the line on the bench, him and his other line mates who were probably just tired after playing 4 games that weekend and were not scoring too many goals. And he got into the car after and he said, Mom, I didn't get to play very much. And he couldn't have cared less that his team won a gold medal. He didn't get to play very much. And that kind of broke me. So from then on, I've kind of made it my duty to maybe speak up a little more than I should in the hockey community. I'm probably not liked by some of the private providers because I just don't want people who don't have the education that I have and the foresight into what this could do to kids' confidence. I don't want them to go through that too. And they still do. And it is a tough balance for me to have my child in the sport, not make too many people angry, but try and educate as well. The excessive adult control and structure that we see nowadays in the professionalized youth sports can be quite harmful for kids. Now, we see this sometimes in the academic world as well. There is a lot more structure. There is a lot less free play, even at recess. My 6-year-old once was held in for recess. He got a detention for climbing trees, trust me, that was I laughed too. I got the email halfway through the day that he was held in for recess at lunchtime to think about what he did. And I was like, well, he didn't think about it. There was definitely no reflecting going on. And I, again, have to bite my tongue a little bit because I don't want to make too many people angry, but I had compiled about 4 articles of how important risky play is, and my husband begged me not to send it because he's a teacher. He works in the division. So I said, fine, I won't send it, but I'm not telling him to not climb trees. So there is a lot of control and a lot of structure, and this is meaning that kids can't really make very, very quick decisions anymore. They are so used to being told what to do and when that they have a lot of trouble figuring out how to solve problems for themselves, and that is translating into sports, right? When our drills are so structured and then kids get into a game opportunity, how are they going to read the plays when you haven't given them that exact scenario in a practice, right? So I know that there's a lot of research on what kinds of drills and what kind of plays we should be giving kids, but we absolutely need to be giving them the unstructured opportunity to develop their decision-making in games as well. And lastly, the program demands are really increasing environmental stressors. So as I said, the driving that takes place, so if you have siblings, and I know families that this happens to, if you have 2 or 3 kids and your one hockey player is playing in a private league, or your one gymnast goes to a specialized sports school. I live in the suburbs, and there's no sports schools in the suburbs. So there's no bus, there's no school bus to the private program because it's out of your division. You're driving your child where the other 2 are getting on the bus to the local school. So your siblings may not see each other very much. One parent is very likely, it's a divide and conquer situation where one parent is managing these 2 kids and the other parent is just driving the other one around all the time because it's so much management. They're traveling with that one team. They're taking that time off work. The financial stress that comes along with paying for these private programs. So there is a lot of environmental stressors that these programs can bring on families, and the overall vibe, as a practitioner, I can tell you when I see children, the vibe, the stress that happens in a household can be very problematic for kids. If I see an 8 or a 9 or a 10-year-old with anxiety, there's not a lot I can do for them if their household is always under stress. Whatever I do in the 1 hour every 2 weeks that I see them is not going to undo living in a stressed household. So this is, yet again, one more factor that can be quite problematic with the professionalization. So my suggestions, this is my son again, you can see. This was actually, I think, probably just a few months before that spring season, and he still has the joy of hockey, but the very fancy jersey that somebody custom made, custom logo, and a sponsor on the shoulder there too, which is a bit silly for a 7-year-old. But my suggestions are, community organizations need to step up. We will continue to lose kids to the private organizations if the community organizations are not run well. So I worked for a nonprofit gymnastics club for 15, 18 years, and it was incredibly frustrating a lot of the time. We were run by a board of parents, but of course there's politics, right? And somebody wants to get on the board so that they can give their child a leg up. There's also mismanagement of money a lot of the time in nonprofits. Underpaid, the staff is underpaid. So I was, a full-time employee at a gymnastics club working like a dog and making very little money. The equipment, the facilities, sometimes not so great. So I think community organizations really need to make sure that if they want to keep people, that they're doing the best job that they can to make it enjoyable, convenient, fun, and successful, and then we won't lose as many kids. The academies, so the private organizations, need to do a better job of vetting and training their staff. The only way I see this happening is if there is enforcement from governing bodies. They are not going to do it on their own. So I was sharing with the other presenters this morning that there's a hockey league, a local league where I live, Junior A, so it is, they're high school kids, they're very high-level hockey players, potentially going off to NCAA scholarships, we'll say this level. They left our league to leave Hockey Canada into a private hockey league because they don't want to follow the rules that you have to follow when you have underage players. So a certain amount, they're only allowed to travel X number of days a week because they're still in school. You're only allowed a certain number of international players. They didn't want to follow any of that. They wanted to just do what they wanted so that they could win. So they left Hockey Canada. So now there is no enforcement. It is completely private. So we don't know if there are complaints about coaches. That's maybe kept, maybe not kept in a file somewhere. We don't know what their training is. We don't know if those kids are even being told to go to school or if someone's doing their homework for them. So it's very scary when they're leaving the governing bodies. So I would say that the government, I know that happens here, the government in Canada and the US really need to be a little bit more stringent on the regulation for youth sport and what is required of a governing body. Maybe they can't get insurance if they are not part of a governing body, things like that. There is some control for the government to be able to do that and keep kids safe. I don't know who it was that was helping me check time. Okay.
You still have 5 minutes until I ping you.
Until I ping me for question time, you mean? Yes. Okay, great. I think this was my last slide anyways. I did it. So these are my guys on our mountains, if anyone's ever been to the Rocky Mountains. Occasionally we do, miss a little bit of hockey. And that's the other reason why we're in the community organization, because if you weren't, it would be a big slap on the wrist to miss hockey practice to go skiing for the weekend. But luckily, that doesn't happen in the community program. We're here. I brought my boys here, so we missed hockey all week so I could bring them to your beautiful country, and I think they're going to the Penis Museum today. They're very, very excited about that. And I may miss it, but I'll hear about it. And the grade 2 and 4 classrooms will hear about it too when we get back. Yeah.
So this one's working? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. So we have a few questions in Slido.
Yeah, of course.
Nej.
I don't think that one's
Var det
working.
kveikja á henni? Halló, halló. Ít að rauða eða hvíta?
I heard.
Hello, hello.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have a few questions from Slido. Do you notice a difference between community versus private sports client athletes in regards to dealing with low self-esteem and perfectionism?
Yeah, great question. I absolutely do. Yeah. And this is very tricky for me as a practitioner because if we have any other practitioners here, it's not my place to tell people what decisions to make for their family. I can certainly help them self-reflect. I can help them with some research, but ultimately I want those kids to come to me. I don't want to say, don't be a part of that program because I may never see that child again. But yes, I absolutely see a lot more perfectionism, a lot more anxiety because of everything I mentioned, because of the explicit focus on outcomes for kids that are far too young to be focused on just outcomes. And because their identity is so linked, their worth and their identity are linked so heavily to how they perform from one game to the next even. If they have a bad game, immediate loss of confidence and increase in anxiety.
Okay, and when working with children that are talented, what is the right way to go about speaking with them, and how do you maintain their interest and enjoyment?
Yeah, I mean, talented kids, there does need to be some separation. I mean, we do need to have ways of identifying talented kids because we can't have the kids who are the early developers directly competing against the other kids because it's not helpful for either one of them, right? If you have a child who's brand new to soccer and you want them to love soccer, you're not putting them up against the kid who is really naturally talented because they're going to feel inept. So we do need some way of putting kids into groups where they're going to be challenged, where the level of ability is similar, but we don't need to label it. We don't need to talk about it. We don't need to give them priority type of training. We don't need to give them separate facilities, different titles, uniforms. We don't need to put them in different schools. I mean, there are ways to group them without titling them. Because the title and the label is what creates some of those internalized messages of, we think you're going to go here.
Okay. Many clubs are dividing kids early into talented or not talented, around maybe 11 or 12 years old. What would be the smart way to handle it, like for the clubs, coaches, and the parents?
Yeah, I mean, 11, 12 is... it's not 6, so I already think that's a bit of a leg up because I do see that in certain sports, gymnastics especially. So I would probably refrain from using that word talented, to be honest. I mean, I don't think that kids need to, I don't know if anyone's familiar with growth mindset type work, but the kids that are told they are talented are going to see it as a thing that they just are, a way that they were born. And if you have kids that are told you're talented or you're not, or even at 11, 12, by using those terms, how is it motivating for a child who doesn't think they are talented? If they just think they don't have it, they're not going to work harder to improve, right? There's no motivation for them. And if you're not familiar with Angela Duckworth's work on grit and growth mindset, then I would highly suggest it. There's some research on how kids' motivation is impacted by simply thinking that they can improve versus they're fixed in their ability. And talent has that. That word talent seems to invoke ideas of, well, it's fixed, right? So I prefer to focus whenever possible, and when I work with coaches, we always prefer to focus on your effort level and small goals. So, rather than outcome goals, it's like, well, my goal for this season is to improve my dribbling. And whether you're talented or whether you have inherent natural ability or not, anybody can improve their dribbling. Those are much easier things to measure a child's progress by. Yeah.
There's a similar question here, and it ends with, what are the risks of operating private in a way that focus on talents?
Yeah, I mean, that is, I touched on that briefly. And I do see this again, we see this a lot, where kids who are labeled as talented, specifically I can speak to the hockey world, it can create some hierarchies, some social hierarchies, peer-wise, where, my son luckily goes to a French school, and there's a huge variety of types of kids at his school, and not a lot of hockey players. But if you go to a school where there are other kids, they will naturally put themselves into the categories. So, here's the tier 1 players, and they play together at recess, and here's the tier 2 players, and they do it themselves. Which is not great, because at grade 4, grade 5, grade 6, maybe not a big deal, but by the time they get to junior high, there are a lot of risks with that. There are social risks with that. And then if you don't make a team, you got to go to school the next day, and you've only had these friends and been part of this group for years, and now what? So again, it's the identity, it's the linking of their identity to the level of sport that they play or how successful they are that I see as the highest risk for youth.
Okay, if gymnasts and figure skating need earlier specialization, does that mean that they are not feeling the anxiety like other children in other sports?
No. No, they definitely are. I think those things are separate. I think, scientifically, we know that figure skating and gymnastics, just by the nature of the sport and what you have to do biomechanically in those sports, dance, ballet would be included as well. It's just more necessary to have them start earlier, because it's harder to train bodies to do the things that they need to do when they get older. It's out of necessity. My argument for it is that we don't need to be doing it in hockey and soccer, because it's actually not even beneficial. So why are we doing it? Unfortunately, you do kind of have to do it in gymnastics in order for them to be successful. So you just have to make sure you're taking all the precautions you possibly can to not have them develop the low confidence.
Do you meet with parents to help them navigate the jungle of private or community sports, and how can they seek information about the environment?
Yes, I do. As I mentioned, the younger the child is, the more I will involve the parent in our treatment, in our work. Not every practitioner does that. It's kind of up to you. Some practitioners don't involve parents at all. They have a very strict policy on, no, I only see the child and everything we talk about is private. My personal opinion is that kids can't change things for themselves. They do need support from their environment, from their family. And I always think it's helpful for parents to, with the child's permission, know what we're working on so that they can do it in between our sessions. Occasionally, I will work with coaches. So I have about 6 hockey teams that I work with. And those are all, none of you will be surprised to hear this, those are all community organization hockey that have hired me. I have never once been hired by a private hockey club to do sessions with their athletes or coaches. And very likely this is speculation, but that's probably because they know that the things that I'm going to say are maybe not in line with what they're going to be teaching the kids. So I will say things like, you can't be focused on an outcome. If you want to be effective on the ice, you need to be more focused on what you're doing from moment to moment. And they, of course, are very focused on outcomes, so they don't like it when I say that. Or, the coach will say, well, my kids are so worried about making mistakes, they're playing really cautious. And I say, well, that's because you're benching them every time they make a mistake. And they don't like it when I say that either. So the community, there are quite a few community organizations that are really committed and they really want their coaches to be educated on how to talk to youth athletes. And I really appreciate the shift that we're seeing and the buy-in that we get from the community organizations just by hiring sports psychologists and having me work closely with the teams, yeah.
Okay, there's so many questions coming in. Good job. Often the parents are the problem, trying to make their child professional at an early age. How to tackle it?
Well, to a certain extent, you will never tackle all of it. But I think the best thing that we can do is keep those parents around other parents who are more level-headed. When you have the professionalized, the private organizations, they're all together. They're all in one spot, and it is not a fun place to be. I don't go to those, but I have heard on several occasions of police having to be called. I'm not kidding. I wish I was kidding. Just from whatever's going on between parents in the stands, or for referees to ask to be escorted out to their car. And never once have I seen that. My son's only 10. It may happen in higher level community hockey as well, but I've never seen anything like that in community hockey. We haven't paid the money. We're not as stressed. I didn't forego family vacations for hockey, so I'm not really that worried about them losing a game, I guess.
All right, I guess I will take two more. Should children at a younger age focus on their performance or on their goals, determined by their self-confidence and mental health?
Yeah, never performance for younger kids, especially under 12, maybe 14 even. And there's a couple of reasons for that. I mean, even pro athletes have to focus. They can't think too big picture or it becomes overwhelming and they lose sight of exactly what they have to do in that moment to be successful. So yes, their overall goal is performance, but they still have to focus on what they're doing just in that moment. But for kids, for younger kids, I guarantee they have no idea. If I showed my kid he played 7 games last week. He had a big tournament showcase kind of thing. I guarantee you, if I showed him those 7 games and said, which one did you play the best at? He would be way off, like completely way off. He does not have the ability to self-assess what his performance was. So there is no point in having younger kids judge how they're doing by their performance because they're not accurate.
Okay, last question for now. Iceland is developing a lot towards early professionalism. How do we change it back, or should we?
You should, yeah. Yeah. This is the cautionary tale from Canada. I think I loved to see the kids in their school clothes playing soccer yesterday when I went over there, and it made me a little nostalgic. You just don't need it. Like, I'm always one, even though I'm a practitioner and not an academic, we should be doing things that are based on research and evidence, and it's not necessary. The kids who are going to make it are very likely going to make it, and we don't need to be doing things for the sake of looks or money or, I mean, if it's extra fun or enjoyment for the kids, great, go do that extra fun competition in the next town or the next country. Of course. Do those things. But if you don't really need it for the kids to develop and it increases stress for the family or the child, just don't do it.
All right, let's give her applause.
Yeah. We have a gift. Oh, thank you so much.
Daði, góðslega komin. Jæja, og svo getið þið náttúrulega náðum, það kaffi eftir hann Daða. Herðu, en næst það Daði Rafnsson, já, við getum staðið hérna saman. Já. Ég með smá texta, ég geti sko ekki enskaðan þótt ég vildi það. Hann fagstjóri afrekssviðs menntaskólans í Kópavogi, doktorsnemi við sálfræðideild HR, þar sem hann vinnur á doktorsverkefni markvissa sálræna færnisþjálfun í knattspyrnu. Þá kennir hann afreksþjálfun og hagnýta íþróttasálfræði við íþróttafræðideild HR og hans bakgrunnur knattspyrna. Gjörðu svo vel. Takk.
Okay, I'm gonna do it in English because we have a lot of foreign guests as well here. So thank you, Katie. I'm very happy that you made it over here. And my talk is gonna be maybe not as structured. It's gonna be all over the place because there's a lot to be said on this topic. But I call it a Nordic approach to coaching and youth development, not talent development. So I've been lucky to been sort of, my journey in sport has been sort of been as a traveler through many different domains in different countries. So I've been the coach with the 6-year-olds. I've been working with international elite players. I have been working in America. I lived in America for 5 years, China for 1 year. So I've been also working with a lot of student athletes after we founded RIG2025 MK and from about 24 different sports. And because I think we can focus on the negative, I'd like to start out by saying, I'm very happy and very proud of the system that we have when I'm taking my kids as a father through the system. I have a 4-year-old and a girl who's going to be 8. And the basketball training that my 4-year-old son has is just outstanding. It's better than the NBA. And I think we have to be, so my message today is going to be like, and this is also why Katie caught my interest when we saw her in the European Sports Psychology Conference this summer. I think her message is a good one, and it's prescient, and it's something that we need to think about, even though we are doing a lot of good stuff. So one of the questions with the conference was, how can we shape future elite athletes without sacrificing joy? And I'm focusing on that a little bit. And like I said, we saw Katie this summer in Austria with her talk. And my own experience with North America is also like, it's a lot about money. It's a lot about buy-in prestige. Parents buy in prestige by, involving themselves in private football clubs or private baseball clubs. So you are buying sort of like a Gucci handbag by going into this program instead of the other one. And with a lot of consequences that parents, they just want the best for the kids. You never meet a parent who doesn't want the best for the kids. But maybe we also need to have conversations about what is really a good sports journey for a kid, what does it entail, and what are the dangers on the way. So I think, Katie, sort of like a canary in a coal mine for us in Europe. That's definitely what we were thinking after we saw her presentation this summer. And in elite sports, it's really hard not to join a race to the bottom. This is actually the term that is used in talent development academia, that elite sports training for youth athletes is a race to the bottom. And it's really hard not to join it because it looks so good. Because the kids have such fancy uniforms, the training is so structured, the coach is such a, he speaks a good game. You get to travel, you get to do all these fancy things. So the parents and the players are obviously asking, why can't we have this? We have to be like this club because they travel to Spain to play, and we have to be like this club because they have a lot of, fancy clothes. So if, Barcelona's doing it, we should be doing the same. But we are not Barcelona. We are not in that context, and almost nobody is. So using Barcelona as a benchmark, it doesn't work in our environment. Although they do have really fancy clothes and really fancy training. So this autumn, after seeing Katie's presentation, I was asked by Viðar at ESE to address the Nordic Coaching Council meeting in Reykjavik, and he asked me to just ponder a little bit this question because that's what they were thinking about. And this is a group of coach education specialists from the Nordic Olympic committees who are meeting in Reykjavik. Is there a distinct Nordic approach to coaching and talent development? Because Katie is describing the North American system. So is there a Nordic approach, and what does it look like, and what should it include? And so obviously I had to go and ask a lot of people who are smarter than me, and from all the Nordics, and including Christian, had a really good conversation with him. And people I know and trust that, are doing, they're not just people who know the academic stuff, but they are also people who have worked with athletes for a long time. So I had a discussion with all of these people, and then we presented, and we had a good discussion with the Nordic Coaching Council about this. I think the first conclusion was the Nordics are similar but different. We are similar in Iceland, but we are also different within Iceland. But we are similar to Norway, and we're similar to Finland and Denmark, but there are differences. So that's the first thing to keep in mind. But there is a Nordic approach, according to these specialists, these experts, and a lot of soft stuff, a lot of, pretty little things, not the hard stuff, not the authoritarian coach. It's a lot of egalitarian, athlete-centered, holistic, ecological, athlete-driven development, sport as a social good, these kind of things. So that's what the experts are saying. So, but as you know, experts are under attack in many fields. So we had to ask ChatGPT also. But ChatGPT also agrees that this is it's the soft skills, it's the soft values, balance between sport and life, sustainable practices, long-term perspectives, equality, holistic development. This is the same thing, and I did this after we had this. I had the discussions with the experts. So community values, equality, long-term growth. That's what our model is still. And and I will say this, although and this is why we have this conference today, is there are signs that we are having more professionalization, but we also have so many good things still in our environment, and we need to maybe defend them. One thing that Louise from Denmark and Christian were talking about, that we should have more discussion about the soul in sports. Why do we do sports? What is it really about at the end of the day? Is it about, and that's when you start looking at, like when Christian Eriksen fell to the ground, this was a big moment for the Danish people, am I right, Karsten? It's a moment in history for the Danes when they came together, and how the Danish players approached this whole thing. This was a big moment of coming together in a society that's always, becoming more apart. Then, the two Olympians who shared a gold medal, like agreed to, stop jumping. And then they get a lot of, people on social media who have never jumped in their life, and, saying that they're weak, why are you sharing, and just like Simone Biles has all these experts sitting on the couches telling her how she should be approaching her training. But their joy in their face, if you haven't seen the video, it's true, it's pure. They both became Olympic champions. They were sharing it. Great moment, and we remember that moment. We don't remember many of the other gold medalists from those games. And the Syrian swimmers who were allowed to compete in the 2016 games, the people who went through a lot of hardship, war, being on the run and that kind of stuff. Those kind of stories get made into movies, not necessarily who wins this trophy or that trophy, unless there's something, a big story about it. I always like this photo of Andri Fannar Baldursson when he was 14 years old. At the last minute, we called him to be a ball boy at a national team game in football. And this photo was on the front or back page of Morgunblaðið or Fréttablaðið the day after. And about 3 or 4 or 5 years later, they're playing together. The captain and him, they're playing together in the national team. That's a great story. And I know it means a lot to Andri. And these are the kind of stories that, we should maybe think more about and think about when we're thinking about sports. What is it that we really want out of sports? And academics are getting more and more into this sort of philosophical view. Violetta Peters from Switzerland, she's been doing work on, and Nora Ronkanen from Finland, they've been doing a lot of work recently on, meaning and purpose for elite sports. Violetta is an Olympian skier, So the athletes have been looking into their own experiences. Andreas Kuttel, who is with Karsten in Southern Denmark University, he's a world champion ski jumper. And now he spends his time as a researcher trying to research, what was it all about? What was it really that stood with me, and what was the whole meaning behind my career? But mostly when you ask people, why do we do sports? It's because we just simply love them. And it's because we started as kids, with our friends, with a ball and a goal, or a basket, or a skate and some ice and that kind of stuff. We also do it because it's a part of healthy lifestyle, and this is something that foreigners often talk about when I'm showing them around here. They say there's somebody out there running, or there's a lot of people in the community sports centers. It's a part of healthy lifestyles, but also they build community. Our kids become part of the community by being 3, 4, 5 years old, and they come into their neighborhood club, and then you say, yeah, this person is from Valur, and this person is from FH, and it becomes part of your identity. And I don't think we have researched enough or discussed enough how big of a part this is of making kids part of the community, being part of a sports club. Also, we do sports with our friends and family. This is a benefit of the volunteer club system, that our friends and family are involved. I don't think, after my experience, that parents are a problem in sports. I think they're a really good thing if they are close. And also, at the end, we do sports to challenge ourselves. We want to achieve. If there's a mountain that hasn't been climbed, we want to try to climb it. So that's the elite and achievement part of sports, which is also important. We also have to keep in mind that we want to do sports to become better, and so we also have to have that element to it. One of the esteemed Nordic experts had this to say. He, because we always talk about that sports are so good to develop people, but he said, if it's done wrong, it can have the adverse effect. So, it does, just by sending your kids to sport doesn't mean that necessarily it's just good habits that they will develop, or it's just a good culture. Johan Folby, the Swedish sports psychologist, he's been credited with this quote as that the best talent development environments, they keep as many as possible for as long as possible in the best environment possible. So the fact that we let kids into the sports clubs by the age of 3 or 4, and we don't kick them out until they're 19, this is a big benefit to us. And I think we've enjoyed the fruits of so many athletes who either changed sports, like Guðni, who goes to the Olympics, his in track and field, his development was through golf. And we have so many examples of even football players who started to shine at later stages. After having this discussion about the Nordic values, I'd like to add a few things. We would like our kids to be self-driven, that the fire that is burning within them for sports, that is their own fire. But they are community supported. They're supported by the local community, and they understand that they are important parts of a whole. It's really important to meet somebody who has been a high achiever, who understands that it was not just their journey, it was their whole community behind them normally who is the reason that they managed to achieve. So Louis from Denmark talked about, because we sat together in Katie's presentation in last summer, and her thought was, we have this North American hero story of the athlete or coach who makes it in the adverse situation against all odds and the opponents. But we also have a story in the Nordics, and can we be better at telling our story? Like the headmaster of a high school in Denmark told us when we visited them that, we asked them, why are you doing sports with school? And she said, because it's an important part of the story. It brings us together, and it brings us encouragement. And who doesn't get goosebumps when you think about France 2016? How great of a moment was that when 30,000 people went there, and everybody felt like they sort of had a part of it. And we also need to check it with reality. So and I think it's good to balance both the academic stuff, but also with your experiences. And so I presented the Nordic Council the case study of 2 football clubs from my hometown, and specifically kids born between 1998 and 2004. And I know I've shown this photo to some people before, but I took this photo 1 week before I left Breiðablik after working there for 10 years. And I was going to China, and I was finishing one of my last practices at Breiðablik, and I saw those boys playing in one of the corners. And at Breiðablik, it was a big thing for all the coaches and for the environment that if there's a small corner that you can play in, you can play there. And it's the same in Akranes and many other clubs. Kids can play. They can join, and they can use the facilities. It's not like the first team has the facilities and now you have to leave. So these boys had been there, for 10 years. The whole 10 years I was at Breiðablik, they had just been there in the corner playing. And I know many of you recognize many of the names, but there's 7 boys in that picture who have since, managed to get a professional contract abroad. Who did play for either Breiðablik or Háká at some point in their youth career. So why were they successful? And this is just a random group of boys that happened to be there at that moment. And I just said, hey guys, I gotta have a photo of this because this is important. And they, I think they were successful because they played a lot. I mean, they only had like 4 trainings a week on an average, maybe a game every 2 weeks. That was the structure. But the structure was not coach-driven, in my experience. It was, we had some guided learning. We had some points because we had so many kids to manage that we could not, have individual plans for everybody. But I think this thing helped them to be good. They were there with their friends. They were having fun, and they spent a lot of time on the grass. And then they went home and they watched football and they talked about football and they went and played FIFA. So football was a big part of their identity, but the fire was their own. It was self-driven fire. Then I told the story in a FA. I was teaching for the FA on a Saturday morning, 1 January, 5 years later. And I told the story to a group of young coaches who were doing their first coach education. And I said, if you're working with young people, make sure you build this into the environment. Have fun, with your friends. Then we go into this place in the afternoon for a session on the grass with the coaches. Guess who's there playing? These guys. Now 22, 23, and they're on Christmas break. This is early January, many of them. And they're still playing. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they're not, just sitting on a sofa or meeting with their friends in a cafe. They're still playing football together as friends. And like I said, some of them have become professionals, and obviously, we follow their progress. And I think they also have a really good support network for each other as professionals, that they support each other because professional football is a tough world. But 7 professional players from this age group would be pretty good for almost every other club. Like if we had a club like this in America, we would charge $5,000 per semester because we had so many professional players. But these guys have also become professional players from the age groups of 1998 to 2004. And most of them are still professional players because there's always this talk about that they're going on a contract too early, they're coming home, but a lot of them are still in the professional game at a pretty good level. And they didn't have any elite athlete training. They would just showed up for training in their own clothes. If they wanted to be messy, they could be messy. So I guess my point is that I'm just trying to point out that, you know, you don't necessarily need the fancy stuff. You know, there are elements in our communities that we can maybe enhance, try to offer a little bit more quality, you know, in some places, but let's try to, you know, try to find out where is the enhancement that we're seeking, where is it going to come from? Is it going to come from making these boys do a lot more structured stuff, travel a lot more abroad, those kind of things? I'm not sure. But at least, because Louis said we have to tell our stories, I feel like this is a story that we have to talk about. But then Kópavogur is a decent-sized Icelandic town with 43,000 people, something like that. There's also girls becoming professionals during that time. And more than 60 players from Breiðablik have played in US college soccer since 2001. There's 2 girls from Breiðablik and 1 boy who have a football scholarship at Harvard, which is ridiculously difficult to get into. So these are the kids who don't go directly into professional football. So again, you know, how much would you charge if Akranes or Breiðablik or Valur handbolti, you know, handball, or, you know, how much would you charge if you were in a club in America? And then there's Háká. You know, these boys played at various stages in youth for Háká in the same town, in the smaller club, but, you know, still pretty good output. Bundesliga, Swedish league, you know, Norwegian league. It's a really good output when you really think about it, when you talk to people who are working in talent development. And then, you know, they didn't have women's senior team, but they have the sports person of the year and the captain of Bayern Munich. You know, and it's a really interesting case story, I think, you know, and I think we have to tell our stories again. And because we always, what always gets thrown back at me when I'm talking about football in Kópavogur is like, yeah, Kópavogur just concentrates on football, but, you know, no. Because the environment is encouraging for kids to, you know, play sports, be in sports. There's accessibility, there's opportunity. There's national team players in handball. These 2 girls have been playing professional volleyball in Europe in the last year. I'm not sure a lot of people know. Ágúst Ingi, Dagur, Ágúst is actually, you know, aiming for the best finish an Icelandic gymnast has had, you know, at the next Olympics. And so there's a lot of kids getting a lot of opportunity to achieve, if achieving is really what we're talking about, because I talked about all the soft stuff that we get with sports. But by concentrating a lot on the soft stuff, I think you can also achieve. You know, you don't have to do it the Canadian private ice hockey way. Again, you know, so the question is, you know, what is it that we need to change, really? We need to ask this question. You know, this is, again, Breiðablik, number 6 in Europe, in the top clubs who release players underage to other professional clubs. And we see the criticism that Katie has been doing all over. Karsten's going to be here, and really happy to have him also. He wrote this great book. You should all read it. You know, go and buy it. Do I get royalties? And but I make both of my classes at this university read this book because it's really important. It's people who not only are academics, but they also have applied experience working with athletes for a long time. Then Joe Baker, who is one of the eminent experts on talent development in the world, he just wrote this book called The Tyranny of Talent, that sometimes it limits achievement instead of enhancing it. And then in the UK, they're thinking the same thing. So North America, Europe, UK, everybody's thinking the same thing. You know, this is nothing new, but I think we need to talk about it, and I think we need to also understand our, you know, environment and how we shape it. And there's a lot of bias. You know, I'm not going to go into every one of those biases when you have talent development, but I want to talk about, because I've been working in talent scouting for the last couple of years in my free time for a professional women's club in America. And among the 10 most expensive players in the world, there's 4 Africans from Zambia and Malawi who had nothing nothing like, we would call a talent development environment. So why are we willing to pay a lot of money for these players, like Tabitha Chawinga at Lyon? Why is she probably one of the best paid players in the world? Because she's different. She does different things. She knows how to take care of herself. She plays differently, and she's really fast also. But she's a different type of player than somebody who has just been brought up through a factory. She's organic, so to speak, and all of these players, and this is why they are bought for a lot of money. At the end, because when I hear the word elite, afrex in Iceland, it normally tells me that it's just about increased volume. People who say that they're doing elite training, mostly they just concentrate on let's train more instead of what is it that we're going to focus on. What are the things that we need to improve? It's just, hey, let's train more. And normally, hey, let's train like adults. The session will look fancy because it looks like the one that the senior team is doing or the national team is doing. And then finally, it's getting more and more available for those who can afford it. So we're charging extra for extra training. And that's that's the race to the bottom that we were talking about in the beginning. So what's missing in the talent development environment? Joy and fun. We need to make sure that there is joy and fun for the kids. That they can, because these are the moments late at night in basketball with your friends. That's what you remember. That's what you really love. That's what you really love about sports. Autonomy. That is it's my thing. It's not my parents' thing. It's not my coach's thing. It's my fire that's burning. That we have to make sure that the kids develop this fire. And then finally, balance, because as all of our experts will probably say that, we have to develop the whole person. If your identity is only in a single thing, it can be really limiting. It's a talent killer, so to speak, because when things fall apart, it's really difficult to step outside and evaluate. So make sure the kids can go to school, make sure they can be with their families, go on skiing vacations and those kind of things. So I want to show you this. Is this a coach-centered approach or an athlete-centered approach? This is the average attendance at MK. So if you're a normal student at MK, then you have 84.5% real attendance. If you're in the sports program, you have 79.2% attendance. But now teams have started to train during the day with their senior teams. And the national teams are starting to train in the day also. And if you see a group that is mostly going with the national teams during the day, they don't have such a big drop in performance because it's not as often as the clubs are doing it. But if you're in football, you're less than half the time in school because the club will tell you you have to show up at 10 o'clock and you leave by 1 o'clock, because that's how we see professionalization. But these kids are not professional, they're not getting paid any or a lot of money, and you're absolutely destroying the day. And additionally, the football players are taking less courses and failing more. A lot more. They will fail 56% of their courses if they are training during the day. And so who is this for? Is it for the coach or is it for the athlete? And I'm glad to say that one of the players from FH told me yesterday that they had actually changed their training to 3 o'clock instead of training at lunch, which is, I think, a good improvement and something that the clubs should consider. What is the effect that we're having? So these are the things that we get from the students at MK. Top athletes come in and say, I hate my sport, because they just have this identity. Nobody speaks to them about anything other than their sport. And they're just supposed to be sports people. Some of them hate national team practices just because they have such a disturbing effect on their overall lifestyle. A lot of the kids are playing for 2 to 4 teams in basketball, handball especially. There's a lot of basketball players who will play for the 17, 19, B team and the senior team. Handball also. And finally, they will never discuss this with their coach because they're not going to show any weakness. They're going to come to the student guidance counselor, they're going to come to the psychologist, they might come to us or the parents, but they will never tell the coach, I have an exam on Friday and there's training. They would rather go to the school and ask the school to skip the exam or move the exam because they feel like they will be cut because the coach has the future in their hands. So my final slide. So we need to discuss in our community, and really happy to see so many people who are decision makers in our community. Why are we doing sports? Who is it for? And who gets to decide what we do? Are we imitating something when we are creating something like elite coaching plans and Avrex, Þjálfun and that kind of stuff? Are we imitating Barcelona, Denmark, whoever? Do we know what is quality in our training? Or is it just quantity? And then finally, are we asking what is it that works in our context, in Iceland, in Icelandic society, with our values and with our realities when we are designing this whole thing? Thank you.
Já. Ég týndi mikrofónunum. Sorry. Ég þarf bara að hafa með mér. Herri, já, we have few questions, almost a lot. The players on the picture, did they do other sports than football?
No, actually, probably not a lot. They might have jumped into some. They might have jumped into some training with the track and field division. I mean, some of them might have been at some time with the gymnastics, you know, but no. And there's conflicting research on this, you know. It's not maybe necessarily about doing many sports, but to have a, if your sports environment has like a built-in, how should we say, you know, many different sort of, that you're not just doing the same thing all over and over again, that there's variety. If there's variety within the sports training that you're doing in a single sport, then that's better than just doing non-varied training within two sports.
Okay. Should we teach young kids how to have fun in this ever-changing environment, and can they enjoy sports while we are increasingly focusing on results?
I mean, I never met a kid who doesn't want to win a game. Like, you know, if they're in the A team or B team or C team, they all want to win the game. They all want to become better. It's about, like Katie was saying, about the pressure, the stressors from the environment. It's more about the message from the environment. So can we maybe just leave them alone once in a while, like with those boys on the photo? You know, I mean, a lot of these boys had sports parents with strong sports backgrounds. My experience with this was that they were hardly ever meddling, you know, in very few cases. They were not what you would call overall like a difficult parent. I mean, they would have questions, and that's natural, but, you know, sometimes just leave the kids alone, let them go and play.
Yes, I like that. What is your opinion of where Iceland seems to be headed in early professionalism in sports?
Both good and bad, because I think we all have this feeling that there is more and more professionalization, but I'm also really optimistic because I get to travel around a lot in Icelandic sports, and I think there's a lot of people, and I see a lot of you in the room now, who are aware of this, and you're actually trying to do something about it. I saw a really good football practice at IR earlier this week, where the coach designed a really clever exercise where he, you know, put a lot of autonomy onto the kids. You know, they were able to come to him with, you know, this is what I want to work on, and they directed this practice. So he will guide the next practice, but this practice, they were able to say this is what we want to do. So he's here. Good job.
How can we improve communication among sports in a club or governing body, or prevent football, handball, and other sports from being isolated from each other?
I think actually this is not as big of a problem as we think it is. I think the community is small. This is a benefit that we have. I think maybe just say from my experience in Kópavogur, when Breiðablik, Háká and Gerpla started to communicate more, I think just the whole capability and experience of working together was much better than working apart.
Okay. The last question, what advice would you give to a foreign coach arriving in a Nordic country who wants to develop sports but needs to adapt to the culture?
It just depends on where they're from and what their individual perspective is really. But I think, I think a lot of the foreign coaches they will add value because they will have, because you need different perspectives. I think a lot of them have added value. I think it's mostly just that if we have clashes, it's because they are thinking too much about things that were done back home. You have to take some things and leave them behind, some things that will work, and just find a way to, marry them together.
Okay, thank you. Let's give
Thank
them
you.
applause. Setta bara. Við ætlum að taka smá kaffi til 10:45, þá ætlum við að byrja aftur, ég ætla að vera mjög stíf á dagskránni. Já. Og endilega notið tækifærið og minglið, markmið að hitta allan einhvern eitt sem þið hafa ekki talað við áður, það alltaf tricks. Jæja, nú nota ég þetta í dag, þið hlýdduð svo vel. Herri, ég ætla að minna á Slido, því að það búið að vera mjög gaman að fá allar spurningarnar og ég mjög glöð að þær koma allar á ensku svo ég þurfi ekki að reyna að þýða þær fyrir framan allar, það mjög flott, bara hands on. En já, við ætlum að halda áfram, næst það Kristján Þú Björndal. Hann rannsakandi kennari, handboltaþjálfari og starfar sem dósent við Norska íþróttavísindaskólan. Ég ætla bara að halda fram að lesa. Hann lauk doktorsgráðu áherslu í hæfileikaþróun í norskum handbolta, vottaður EHF Master Coach. Hann hefur ástríðu fyrir hæfileikaþróun, íþróttaþjálfun, færniöflun, hreyfinámi, styrktar og þolþjálfun og mikla reynsla að vinna með ólympíumeisturum og íþróttafólki í fremstu röð. Gjörðu svo vel.
Thank you. Let me see if I can work this thing. Does it work? Sound okay? Okay, what's your name? Lua? Lua, okay, in Norwegian, Lua. Okay, Lua. Dadi said it was going to be all over the place. I'm definitely going to be all over the place. So there's three things that's kind of the key take-home message, because then I'm going to talk a lot about a lot of other stuff. So number one, doing more doesn't equal doing better when we talk about youth sports, talent development, or just enjoyment or whatever. And by doing more, I'm talking about organized, structured, coach-led, controlled, surveillance-driven training, all right? Second is that talent identification doesn't have any predictive value. It doesn't mean it doesn't work, it just means it doesn't have any predictive value. And then the third thing, and it's hard to remember, is that there's an inherent value in sport, and there's an inherent value tied to playfulness and the role of play in sport that we need to kind of govern. And maybe we need to govern that better with some of the external pressures that everybody experiences these days. And if we think about the role of play, and I'm going to focus on the role of play, it plays a key part for learning and development in sport, but it also has an inherent value, and it's counter to some of the more instrumentalist, controlled, coach-led training and competition that we expose our children and youth to, all right? So that's the three things, and I'm going to talk about a lot of other stuff, okay? So I think Silja said it. I'm an associate professor at Norwegian School of Sports Science. I've been there for 20 years. I was a professional handball coach in Norway for 10, 15 years maybe. Worked with a lot of the women that now won the European Championships in December, and some of the men's players. Worked a lot with youth development, but also at the elite level. My background was from sports science, and I've worked as a performance analyst, and now most of my work is kind of across psychology, sociology, and philosophy. So I'm a little jack of all trades. So I'm going to draw on some of those perspectives when we start. I'm going to come back to these questions at the end, and we're going to see if we can land some of them. But what I was thinking about doing, or what I'm going to do, is talk a little bit about the development in society at large, and then how that reflects in sports development, and especially youth sports development. We're going to talk about the consequences of those developments and the opportunity for sport, especially for children and youth, to be something different, to counteract some of those pressures from this accelerated society. And then I'm going to show how some of the stuff that's happening in sport basically is kind of counterproductive of that. And then we're going to see if we can wrap everything around with these two questions. I probably have too many slides. Thought about that when, Katie, when you were presenting, you had like your 10 slides, very pedagogical or something, and then my 30 is coming up now. All right. So if we think about society, it's at large. So a lot of like the Danish professor in psychology, Sven Brinkmann, or the German sociologist Hartmut Rosa, he would say that we live in this kind of acceleration society that is driven by economic growth, technological innovation, and then social acceleration as the main engines. So if you guys don't run faster, if you don't produce more research, more football players, more handball players, or helps produce more commodities or whatever, so the economy grows in Iceland next year or this year, your welfare system is under pressure, right? So our whole societies is currently kind of based on this idea of running a little bit faster from year to year. You follow me? Super. And then what happens then to the psychology, to the well-being of people, and we're talking about children, youth, and grown-ups in that system? Well, it increases pressure and stress. And we can see that when we look at, well, some of these researchers at least would tie that to the increase in mental health problems and all other kind of psychosocial detrimental outcomes that increases in a world where everybody in a material sense is doing, well, at least in our part of the world, is doing better. So we're doing good, but we're not feeling any better, right? And when you look at it in Norway, this is an example from education. This is me when I started schooling in the early 1990s in Norway. This is my kid brother when he started a couple of years later. And this is my 4-year-old daughter when she's going to start school in a couple of years in Norway. So in Norway, we can see that in all different sectors, education being one of them. So in Norway, we've increased the number of school hours 2 years from I was in general education in primary school and in lower secondary school and until 2008, where kids now spend two more years in school. And I know the figures will be quite similar in Canada, I think, or maybe in North America and all over the world, maybe in Iceland as well. I haven't looked into that. And when you think about the school days for these kids, is that school day more varied? Is it more physical education, more arts-based teaching, or not? Lua? No, it's not. Like, it's in Norway, it's more Norwegian, and it's mathematics, basically. That's 2 years more of mathematics and Norwegian. And there's actually less arts-based education. It's less physical education than it were when I was in school in the 1990s. So all of this stuff is happening. And then do children spend more time or less time in physical activity? Less, yeah. And then what do these kids do when they finish school in the evening? Is it more organized activity or is it less organized activity? It's more, so everything is getting more organized. So in an everyday life that's increasingly organized and controlled by adults, where children have fewer places of refuge for free play, organized sports can play an important role. That's one of my take-home messages. But it depends on the quality of that sport experience and how we organize sport for these children. But sport then holds the potential to be something different, to be something that can actually counteract some of these external pressures that children and youth and grown-ups is currently experiencing. So I was talking about the German sociologist Hartmut Rosa. So Hartmut Rosa would say that the consequence of this accelerated society is alienation, which arises from the disconnection and pressure in modern life, And the opposite of that, so his antidote, his counterbalance for alienation would be this experience of resonance. So when people experience resonance, that's when I feel a very strong connection to myself and others, to the activities I involve myself in, or the materials. That could be sport as an inherently enjoyable activity. And sometimes even I can experience this deeper meaning, and I can experience that through sports. As a former handball player as well, and as a physically active person, I still experience this deeper meaning of my body, of movement, basically, when I'm training. It can be at the gym, or it can be when I spend time hiking in nature, or running, or cross-country skiing, or whatever. So what we want to do is to see if we can build on those resonance experiences and shape a sports practice that facilitates for these children and youth to experience meaningful relationships with themselves, others, and the world. Play is a key part of that. So play in early childhood, and it says early childhood because it's a quote from a book from two Norwegian professors and researchers in Norway, which is called Lek og læring i et nevroperspektiv, translates to play and learning in a neurological perspective. How good intentions can inhibit learning and development. So Per and Charlotte wrote that book. So from that book, they write that play in early childhood provides the best foundation for later learning and growth, and we know that play is young children's preferred form of learning. And I would argue that play plays an important part in life for adults and youth as well. And because play is inherently, at least, could be a part of sport has this kind of great potential to it, and is becoming increasingly more important. But it doesn't only serve as a tool for learning, it also serves as kind of an expression of existence. And you can see that when you see young children play. So it's not just about learning, it's about the desire to play is fundamentally a desire to be. It's about being in the world. And it's a different way of being in the world as opposed to this instrumental, very goal-oriented, very purposeful activities that we also engage in to become better at something or whatever. So kind of governing play is something that we need to think about a little bit more. Well, Katie talked to this, Darius talked to this. We can see this kind of social acceleration in sports as well. It's driven by the intensification of training and competition. So when we go back to specialization, my problem isn't with if it's only football, only handball, if it's cross-country skiing and 7 different sports for these kids. It's about the intensification of training and competition and how that changes the quality of those sport experiences. If it's only football, if it's only handball, I think just when you look at the research, I think that why multi-sports practice is usually more beneficial in instrumental terms, it just says something about the quality of, most people that would engage themselves in multi-sports during childhood and youth, they would have like less of this kind of intensified training and competition. And more people involved in singular sports would experience more of these kind of professionalization and commercialization processes. But it's driven by early specialization, intensification of training and competition, performance metrics over enjoyment, where social relationships and well-being is the key emphasis. And you can see that on this instrumental emphasis on performance, all the intensified competitions that we expose kids to, the intense parenting that both Dode and Katie have spoken to, and the shift in values. So now when we change this youth sport, the youth sport landscape, it also changes those meanings that these young children experience in sport, or these youth. I'm going to show that later. This is just a couple of examples of kind of social acceleration in sports. Loa, was that correct? Yeah. If you're very successful at the junior level, and from my sports in handball and football and stuff like that, that would be about 16, 17, 18 years old. What's the association between being very successful at the junior level and at the adult level? It's none. It's basically none. When we look at the review studies, you can see how kind of intensified training and competition, that is super beneficial if you want to become the best that you can be at age 16 or 17 and 18. But it doesn't translate into adult performance. Does that mean that training doesn't work? No, it doesn't. It just means that there's so many kids, so many youth practicing football or handball or cross-country skiing, and it doesn't translate into performance until after the end of puberty. So when we look at the review studies, we got very, very clear evidence of this. And I have a research career showing that even in football, like the association of becoming an international team player or playing in one of the 5 best leagues in Europe from the Scandinavian countries or some of the best other countries in Europe, it doesn't translate until you're selected to the under 21 national team. So if you're selected to the national team at ages 16, 18, there's no statistical correlation. Does that mean that there's no kids that are in the under 15 team that will be a senior professional player in football? Absolutely not. But statistically, when we group this, there's no association. Handball in Norway, exactly the same way. Athletics, same way, and in across all other sports as well. So there's no relationship, basically. But they train more. The best ones at the junior levels, they train and compete more. So it's very difficult to sell that to parents or coaches that it's not about being the best when you're 16, it's about being best in the end, maybe, if that is the goal of youth sports. And then maybe you should step back a bit. And it's a big problem when we organize our talent development models around selection-based talent development, because then it makes really sense to be the best that you can be at the ages of 10 or 12 or 14 or 16 when that selection happens. So all of this stuff does something. This is the Norwegian Football Association's recommendations for training for kids. Pretty okay when you look at activities per week. And this is organized practice. It's not how much time you spend playing football. It's organized coach-led practice. So when you're 6, 7, 2 practices, and then it goes up to 3. But then they added this column a couple of years ago about the additional trainings that they suggested for those who wanted more organized practice. And then it goes up to 6 trainings or 5 trainings or 4 trainings at a very young age. This is RIG2025 Academy Level 1 Football Academy in England. That's the best football academies in England. So when I compare the organized football practice, coach-led football practice at the under 12 or under 13, 14 level with the football practice that the Norwegian FA recommends for all grassroots sports in Norway, all grassroots football clubs, it doesn't make sense. Because most of these kids in Norway, they would train and compete probably 100% more than what they would do at an RIG2025 Academy Level 1 in England, where the only goal is to actually sell these kids and get some money back and maybe produce a top-level player or not. They don't really care much about all the other outcomes of sport participation. So there's some things off. I won't go into schooling and kind of the sports school programs in Norway, but most football players in Norway then at the age of 13 maybe now, or would be in a sports school program. So that would just add up on all of that club activity. You could ask me about that later. Okay, Loa, who's your friend beside you? What's your name?
Brian.
Brian, easy to remember. If you're early mature, does that lead to adult success? This was a better question because it's a yes/no question. You got the hard one, eh? So I'm going to rephrase that later, right?
So can you repeat again, please?
Just say no. Okay, yeah. Brian, you're correct. It's no. There's no association. Well, is there an association between early maturation and adult success? No, it's not. But there's a very strong association between being an early mature and being really good in sports through puberty. So this is from the Swedish national selections to the Swedish National Ice Hockey League, ice hockey national team at the ages of under 16, based on historical data in Sweden. And they know now that most of the players that are selected to the under 16 national team, they're categorized as early maturers. But when you look at the Swedish players that continue into the NHL, then it's actually the opposite kind of association. So most of those players that end up playing in the NHL, Swedish players, they're late maturers, or they're not. If they're not late, at least they're not in that early maturing group. That poses kind of a double problem for us, because when we base when we base our talent development models on selection, it always creates this problem. And it doesn't mean that you can't become good in football or handball or athletics or gymnastics or whatever if you're an early mature. It just means that kind of catering for those different needs is probably different. And when we base on selection, we're basically only catering for those early maturers. Will intense training give the best training effect during adolescence? I'm going from Brian and then to you. What's your name? Thelma? Yeah, Thelma. Will intense training give you the best effect on performance? No, it doesn't. I have a research group, one story below me at my university, that have grouped kids and follow them throughout puberty. And then they expose so these are cross-country skiers in this study. They expose them to very, very high-intensity interval training, which is kind of one of the common training modalities in cross-country skiing. They have one group that they try and influence through strength and conditioning, something that's not going to be endurance training. And then they have a control group. And then what they wondered in this study was that they wanted to examine the influence on their maximal aerobic capacity based on those two different training modalities, and one group just being a control group sitting at home playing PlayStation, not doing any cross-country skiing. And what they show is that on very isolated physiological variables, there is you can't separate the influence of puberty on performance development or their maximal aerobic capacity and their training modalities. So there's a slight difference. It looks like there's a slight difference here in the high-intensity training group. It's not significant. It doesn't matter. It's not meaningful in any way. And those kids who were spending their time home eating chips and playing PlayStation, they would improve their endurance capacity throughout puberty, even if they did nothing. And then does that mean that you can just start training after the age of 16 or 17 or whenever you finish puberty? Maybe not. You'll probably learn something. You'll improve a lot of other different stuff through that training. But it says something about the need for, that training doesn't need to be very hard for improvement to take place during adolescence, basically. So it says something about the volume of training, the intensity of training, and maybe even the frequency of training. So there's no very strong incentive to push that hard. How am I doing on time? I'm actually doing quite good. Okay. But what you see now in sports, what you see in society at large, is that this very prevailing focus on early intervention, early achievement in education and sports, it yields very temporary benefits, but it often results in stagnation or dropout during adolescence. And it does something about the experiences, those meaningful or lack of meaningful relationships in sports as well. I forgot one important thing, Lua, when I was going through the educational research, and that is, so the rationale for having kids spending 2 more years at school, what do you think that was, or that is? It's because we want them to get better. We want better scores at the PISA. I don't know if you probably has that in Iceland as well, right? And on those national tests where we compare kids, and on those international tests. So we want them to do better, because in Norway, we were really lacking behind Finland. Who cares what happens in Finland? It's like, if it's a problem that we don't get kids educated and they don't become productive citizens, it might be a problem, but that wasn't the case. It's just we're lacking behind Finland. Okay, so now we're doing 2 more years of schooling. Are we doing better on national tests and international comparison tests? No, we're actually doing a little bit worse. Increase in ADHD and kind of behavior regulatory what's it called, Katie? medication. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Is that increasing? Has it gone up? Yeah. And especially for these young boys, this is a big problem, eh? And then just coming back to this then focusing on early intervention and achievement in sports as well, it's just kind of taking the same logics and bringing it to sports. And I don't think that's a very productive environment for any kids to be in, and especially maybe not those young boys that's kind of not, that doesn't find their place in school and now maybe won't find that place in sports either. Because through our sports practice, when it gets too organized, it also learns these kids a lot about which ways they are supposed to behave to stay in the system, what kinds of values, what kind of norms, what kind of ways they're supposed to behave in order to stay selectable. I'm going to show you that later. Okay, over-control activities, excessive testing, it hinders children's independence, creativity, and self-development by prioritizing external approval over personal growth and exploration. And Katie's touched upon that as well. And there's a couple of Danish colleagues of mine that has done some really, really interesting ethnographical work in grassroots football clubs in Denmark. And they show how these kids learn very early how to sort themselves. You were talking about being labeled as talented, but even in grassroots football clubs, depending on how the coach would organize the practice, you learn to know your place in that hierarchy. And when you know a little bit about the kind of disciplinary logics of sports coaching, you know that kind of when those hierarchies gets exaggerated, it becomes these kind of self-fulfilling prophecies. So it's very difficult, if you know your rank, to actually pass someone in a race if you know that person in front of you is the faster runner. That's an example from my friends at the University of Alberta. All right, when competition and selection, when that dominates at a young age, performance pressure increases, stress and undermines learning and well-being, highlighting the need for age-appropriate selection processes to support healthy athlete development and readiness for elite efforts. I think that's a big take-home thing for you guys to consider, because I think like committing yourself to becoming an elite athlete or talent development, whatever, at the age of 13 is very different from trying to, make those commitments at the age of 16, just as an example. And going younger would be not that good, because your social development, your psychological development as children, it kind of increases your reach and your ways of thinking about your decisions and the consequences of your decisions. And at the age of 13, you really don't know much about the world. And then committing at the age of 16, trying something and see if it works out or something is completely different. So your ability to think about the consequences of of the choices you're making is very limited at the age of 13. There was a TV show in Norway a couple of years ago that ran that was called Våre neste menn. It translates into our next men, where it follows 5 children, they're children, they're 15-year-olds, through 1 year of selection and deselection to the under 15 national football team. And it tells the story. It tells the story of how you can build what talent development does when you organize it in this way, and it is with the best intentions. So it's not like head of talent development in the Norwegian FA or all of the coaches are idiots. It's just when you base a system on this very, very hyper-competitive logics, you will increase stress and pressure. That will inhibit learning and development, because those kids, all they're concerned with, all their capacities, they're using on just surviving in that environment when they are at those selection camps. I'm going to see if I can work out a couple of examples, if the technology will kind of help me out here. So the intention of the Norwegian National Talent Pathway, Norwegian FAs, is to identify, stimulate, and develop our most promising 12 to 16-year-olds. Identify players who have ownership of their own development, it's a value, and who can develop into top players at the national and international level. And the Norwegian FA knows that there's no association between how good you are at the age of 12 and and at the senior level, but it's very difficult to kind of do something differently. Okay, so first clip. While competition for selection is not the only part of youth football, it can be seen as the dominant ID in talent identification and development systems. So this is just one example from their first camp. And then see if it plays. No, I'm supposed to. Oh, there it is. If I even get my subtitles in English now, I'm going to be very happy.
Det dere som skal prestere for Norge I årene som kommer, både på aldersbestemt og etter hvert også forhåpentligvis en del av dere på A-landslaget.
Alle vil jo ha den plassen du også vil ha på landslaget. Alle har lyst til å være best hele tiden.
Det er ganske stort å få være der, men samtidig så vet du at du må nødt til å prestere, og du kan ikke bare gå rundt og nyte oppholdet.
Om ikke lenge så skal 2003-erne spille sine første landskamper. Mange av dere har lyst til å være med der.
Det er jo en landslagsplass det slåss om, og det klinger ganske bra med landslagsplass.
Draktene ligger der, og så kommer dere ut. Det er nå det begynner. Det er 15 000 spillere som spiller fotball I alderskullet. Det er I snitt 1 til 2 spillere per alderskull som blir en A-landslagsspiller. Så for å bli A-landslagsspiller så må du være den beste I ditt kull. Og være et godt kull så kanskje du holder være blant de 2, men så trangt nåløyet da.
Uansett hva statistikkene viser at det 1 som blir, eller 2, eller 3, eller 10. Uansett så bare prøve å gjøre jobben min da, for å bli landslagsspiller.
Du må forberede deg godt til trening og kamp for å være med I det rotteracet som foregår inn på der. Den halvannen timen du trener, så det jo fiender. Mye av grunnen til at jeg tror at jeg har kommet så langt som jeg gjør nå, det egentlig mye lek med ball.
So it's about this 15-year-olds playing football. It's about work. It's about fighting. It's about that rat race. It sounds like they're going to the war in Ukraine and not spending time enjoying football, which is probably what their identity is very, very strongly tied to. So it's just an example of how we can change the meaning of sport for some of these kids. Then I'm going back to, where is my PowerPoint slide? There it is, okay. So the norms and standards that kind of are reinforced throughout the system, it's strongly enforced through how we communicate as coaches. What we communicate is necessary to achieve success in adulthood. So there's a couple of examples of that as well. So just listen to what
Vi ser etter spillere som trener mye, som dømt til stede I det de holder på med ute på banen, som pusher grenser, utfordrer seg selv, og spillere som nysgjerrige og reflekterte rundt egen utvikling. Vi vil ha med oss de gutta som elsker dette spillet.
Gikk og tenkte på
Det å få lov å ta på seg landslagstrøyen, det et litet snäpp upp. Så Miran, hvis du har lyst til å si någonting I forhold til det du erfarte.
Jeg var med I landslagstroppen til Østerrike og Italia. Det ikke noe lett å spille I utlandet når man først der. Det høyt nivå. Jeg gjorde en feil som forårsaket at vi fikk mål imot. 50 minutter av kampen spilt. Alle var bortkastet. Bare på grunn av en liten feil. Og med den feilen lærte jeg at det ikke plass til å gjøre små feil på et landslag. Nå vet jeg hvordan det føles. Og den følelsen, den gjør deg både sterkere.
Well, they're learning what kind of feelings they're supposed to show and not show, eh? They're learning what they need to kind of, the feelings they need to display to continue to be selectable. And it also kind of teaches them what kind of feelings they're supposed to disclose so that they don't show it to stay in that competition. And it's not my point that taking ownership of your own development and being very passionate and everything is something that is wrong. It's great. But when that's imposed from the system, it kind of acts as only another external pressure that kind of changes the meaning of sport sometimes. Miran in the second scene, he was playing for the under-15 national team, and then he got relegated to the shadow team, which is kind of the B team. And it's funny because when the national team travels around, at least in this show, their facilities, the hotels they're staying at, the pitches they play at are pretty great. And then when you go down to the shadow team, even like the locker room and the classrooms and everything, and where they spend their camps is kind of one step behind. And then what Miran is talking about is the mistake he did in his first national team match. And the coach has him come forward to the group and tell everybody else about that. So it kind of just increases the kind of the seriousness of that environment. And then Miran is talking about the feelings he's not supposed to show. And he's also talking about that idea of not making any mistakes. You can't do that. 5 minutes? 10 minutes?
5 minutes, then we're going to do questions.
10 minutes and then questions, eh? Yeah. Because you said 35. Yeah, okay. And it just says that, so making mistakes is part of learning, eh? So we want these kids to make mistakes. That's a very vital part of their learning experience. I'm going to share this. I'll send them. You can watch the videos yourself. I've subtitled them in YouTube. We're publishing on this, so there's a paper coming out in a couple of months, I hope. And kind of the main emphasis here is just showing how a system based on hyper competition is always counterproductive. And even when you have very, very caring coaches and the best intentions, which obviously to me is what the Norwegian FA and some of the coaches displayed in this series has, it doesn't matter when you create this system that increases pressure and stress. And when you look at, the funny anecdote then, and when you look at these 5 kids now, 5 years later, where are they? Well, 3 of them is playing football at a very, 2 of them are playing football at a very low level in Norway. So they're probably just playing recreational or they're not playing anymore. 1 of them is still struggling at the 3rd level, probably trying to make a football career. 1 of them had to stop playing football because of severe mental health issues. He was public in the newspaper. And then the last one is playing professional football at Celtic Football Club in Scotland. So it just tells the story of all these diverse pathways. But if you want to create a good environment, we need to kind of build that up on trust and security, supportive environments that encourages risk-taking, exploration, and persistence, which is essential for effective learning and growth. And risk-taking is something that you don't learn when you don't allow or don't facilitate that children can engage in free play and youth. So that's a problem in our societies now, that children doesn't know how to take risk anymore because they weren't allowed to climb those trees. So when they finally climb that tree at some point, they haven't kind of been exposed to that before. So then sometimes it goes really, really wrong that first time because you didn't climb those small trees, you just ended up in the big one. Learning in sports, and that's my last point, learning in sports is inherently unpredictable and uncontrollable, and it thrives on exploration, adaptation, and the unique pace and experiences of each individual. That's why a one-system-fits-all approach that Dadi was speaking about doesn't work. So when you look at experience, I might need to grow and develop. That would be similar to Dadi's, but it would sometimes always be a little bit different. And at different stages, there's no kind of norm for those stages of development that works at an individual level, even though it describes something at the group level. So that means that the players that are coming up of the academy system in Norwegian football now, they probably know the same stuff. They can do the same, they can show the same skills. They're similar, which makes it even more difficult for them to compete for those professional football contracts because everybody looks the same. So nobody stands out because we've trained them in a curricula that makes everybody become more alike. What we want is kind of building this system on the differences between those unique player qualities that can sometimes kind of spur my imagination of what a good handball player or football player or gymnast can look like in sports. All right. Yeah, I got my 5 minutes now and then questions, or you want me to wrap up now so you get questions? Because it said 35 in the program. I want to do the 5 minutes. But if you want questions, I'm here. I'm here for you.
We have some great questions here.
Yeah. We'll do the questions then. I'll wrap up.
Okay, what route do you consider the most efficient for raising a child from birth to becoming an elite athlete? Bang.
Yeah, well, it's a good question. I know the answer, so I can share that. Well, number one, you need access to facilities, environment, and good healthy environments, and great coaching if you can have that as well. And by great coaching, I mean grown-ups that can, in a pedagogically sound way, facilitate sound practice, and maybe sometimes just loosely organize or initiate that these kids spend time on that football pitch or in that handball gymnasium instead of just being on YouTube or playing PlayStation or whatever kids do these days. If you can provide access to those facilities and spur their interest and make that accessible and make a flexible system that caters for the individual pace of learning and development, and that idea that motivation is not something you have or not. It will kind of fluctuate throughout adolescence or youth ages. So it is about kind of creating those opportunities where you can be where you can flexibly accommodate your training schedule, where you can have a voice in what to say and how practice is organized. And I think that what we forget when we're studying sports science, for example, is that we become experts at training, and then we forget that these kids' voice in what meaningful training or practice can look like, we forget to actually listen to that voice, because I always know the recipe for high-intensity interval training or whatever.
Okay. Elite adult sport is very demanding. So what demands should we put on teenagers in sports, in your opinion?
It's a completely mistaken idea that because life is tough as an adult, then life should be tough as a child or youth. You'll learn that by just being part of professional sports or professional football. So my take on that would be that this idea of building mental toughness or whatever is something we can just leave for adult sports. We don't need to kind of trickle down that into youth sports. Did that answer the question? Kind of?
I think so.
Yeah. So I wouldn't be too concerned with that. I'm concerned about kind of building a youth sports program that are built on kids' interests and what is meaningful to them, and then mental toughness wouldn't be one of them. But they learn a lot through sports about that either way, and they love to compete. So when I'm thinking about kind of decreasing competition, I don't think it's the selection based, it's the ranking, it's the consequences of competition that we want to avoid. It's not letting people compete in football or handball or run as fast as you can and compare that.
Okay, so kids today are doing like few events. What is the appropriate age to choose what event you want to focus on? And also what age is the best for improvement in your event?
Yeah, I was supposed to go back to those initial questions, eh? So thinking about specialization, I would think that, and this is just, it's based on my experience from Norway in particular, but committing yourself to one sport at age of 16 is something we should at least let the system be flexible and open so that you don't need to choose football or handball or cross-country skiing until the age of 16. If it's later, that's perfectly fine as well, but kind of committing at the age of 16 would be kind of, and it has to do with course maturation, it has to do with their psychosocial development, and it has to do with the kind of when you need to increase training loads. So just talking to those increased training loads in adult success, you don't need to increase those training loads in organized practice until a later stage, which is kind of speaking to the second question, I think. Maybe.
Maybe. I have so many here.
Yeah?
Okay, so I think this one's interesting. How does Norwegian sports implement their mantra, flest mulig, lengst mulig, best mulig?
We have the children's rights in sports. So, sorry?
Yeah, and what way is that connected to recent success of elite athletes?
Well, Well, all Norwegians that are successful develop within the Norwegian system. So obviously, both those who's not successful and successful would kind of be part of the same system. We have the children's right in sports that govern children's sports until the age of 12. So formalized ranking, international competitions, formalized talent development, selection-based talent development is not allowed until you're 13 years. That is becoming increasingly important because football and other kind of organizations would kind of try and kind of challenge those regulations. But because it's regulated by law, it's kind of can be enforced as well. I think there's a common value across sport organizations in Norway that we don't want more professionalization or commercialization in this way that I'm talking about. We want more competent coaches, that's great, but we don't want all of these other effects. But in football, it's becoming increasingly difficult to kind of push back because football is this huge economic market-driven beast where everybody wants to look to what they're doing in Barcelona or in Saudi Arabia or in England or whatever and try these kind of copy-paste logics.
Speaking of football, Norway and Sweden produce world-class footballers but struggle as a team. Do you think Nordic mentality focusing on development instead of performance is the reason?
No, I don't think so. I think there's lots of chance factors playing here. We've never had better players coming out of Norway like we had a lot in the 1990s, but some of the players we have now are standout players in the Premier League in particular. And I don't want to go. I'm not sure if I'm the right man to go into that debate. But as a coach, I also know the limits of my coaching and my program. So maybe it's very strange they've never qualified in 20 years. Like Sweden actually qualifies every other year. Norway's just stopped qualifying. But I don't think it has anything to do with the system. And these players are very successful in their club environments. So it shows how team performance and individual performance isn't necessarily connected. And that's why Iceland can compete sometimes why Iceland and why Norway maybe in the 1990s could compete at an even higher than what you would rate those individual players at, right?
I'm going to say this is the last question, then you can wrap it up. What steps can coaches take to minimize drama in their sports while positively impacting students' growth and development?
Wow. That's a good wrap-up. Well, I think that kind of, I don't know if it feels that way in Iceland with this kind of intense parenting styles, that's a problem. So at some point you need to educate the parents. I know that's a big deal in Norway if you work with youth athletes. I think some of the best players I've coached in handball, it's not the magic I do when they come to training. It's all the stuff I don't do. It's all the stuff, it's about avoiding doing stupid stuff more than it is kind of doing all the right stuff for them to continue to learn and develop. So if we could base our coaching based on sound pedagogical and ethical and kind of moral obligations as well, because we think that youth sports has this inherent value that I was speaking about, and not only this instrumental value, we also create a good system for performance development. So when we don't distinguish between mass sport participation and elite sports in Norway, that creates, and I know it's the same way in Iceland, it creates tensions. But it is the same mechanisms for me that provides Kristine Bræstad to become a world-class handball player, that also has the potential for more young people to stay involved and engaged in sport. So it's not tension-free, but it is kind of the same mechanism. So don't do stupid stuff, maybe is the short answer.
Are that the final answer, or do you want to wrap it up?
Yeah,
somehow?
I'm just going to say, are we sending out the slides? Yeah, so there's a video here that we won't watch. It's Yannick Bolasie. He was a great player for Crystal Palace 10 years ago when they played the cup final in England. He talks about his development in inner city London and some of the stuff that he values as meaningful in his development and learning experiences in football is something you could never gain through my organized coach-led practice. So you can watch it when you go from home. And then just speaking about the unpredictability of athlete development, these are 3 girls I coached in Norway some years back, and just like who ends up in the end as the best players, you never know. And these are grown-ups. These were grown-ups when I was coaching them in Uppsala, and she was she's never been selected to anything. And all of the chance factors that plays a part, all of the networks that need to come together to create those opportunities, they're inherently unpredictable, and that's it. So now, 10:35, I think I'm on time, Silja?
Yeah? Yes.
Now we're here. Thank you guys for having me. I was so focused on talking slowly. Yeah.
Some thoughts for you. Ok, já, förum aðeins yfir í íslenskuna. Hún Perla ætlar að koma hérna til okkar. Hún handboltakona sem ætlar að segja okkur aðeins sína sögu, en ég hugsa að hann verður örugglega hrifinn af henni, en hún ætlar reyndar að tala íslensku, þannig að þið verður bara að ná laun saman eftir. En hérna, hún ætlar að segja okkur aðeins sögu sína, hvernig hún byrjaði handbolta og hvenær og þess aftar. Já. Þetta bara prófuna með mikrofón á. Já, þú mátt bara vera þarna. Já. Og vatn. Já, takk. Eigum við ekki að klappa?
Á ég að taka þetta hérna. Ekki vön að tala í mæk, heyrist alveg í mér. Heyrðu, góðan dag, ég heiti Perla Rut Albusdóttir og já, af hverju ég hér? Ég var sett að spila á EM í handbolta í desember og fer þar í viðtal hjá RÚV og þá kom í ljós, við ræddum að ég hef byrjað mjög seint í handbolta. Ég byrjaði 17 ára og þetta viðtal kom sérst á netið og fljótlega fékk ég bara fyrirspurn að koma og segja mína sögu hér. Þannig að þess vegna ég hérna. Þetta í hreinskilni sagt mjög langt út fyrir þægindrama minn. Ég vön að tala bara næringu og lífstíl og eitthvað svona, en ég hef aldrei farið og talað mig, þannig þetta frekar skrítið, en þetta reddast vonandi. Já, ég fædd árið 1996, svo ég 28 ára. Ég búsett á Selfossi með eiginmanni og 3 ára syni. Og já, spila handbolta og á líka mitt eigið fyrirtæki, það heitir PS Árangur, þar sem ég starfa sem svona næringarráðgjafi og svona lífstílsráðgjafi. Ég fer aðeins betri við það á eftir. Hvernig skipti ég á þessu eiginlega? Ok. Ég alin upp í sveit í Hrútafirði, hjá Staðaskála og þar. Ég úr mjög stórum systkinahóp og hluti af honum sést þarna á myndinni. Við erum 13, eðlilega. Sem krakki, við fórum ekki í leikskóla, systkinin mín. Við vorum bara heima og bara lékum okkur í sveitinni allan daginn. Og þannig ég var bara mjög virk sem barn, bara hreyfði mig mikið, maður bara úti að sinna einhverju í sveitinni og svo bara leika sér allan daginn. Og það bara æskan mín. Og svo var ég í grunnskóla inn á Hvammstanga, sem grunnskóli Húnaþings vestra. Og í grunnskóla, þar pröfaði ég bara að æfa allt mögulegt sem var í boði og æfa öll hljóðfæri sem voru í boði og bara gera alltaf eitthvað eftir skóla. Af því, já, því fáa kannski sem var í boði, svona út í sveit. En minn íþróttabakgrunnur, ég hef oft verið spurð bara hvað gerðirðu áður en þú byrjaðir í handbolta. Ég var eiginlega bara að gera allt og ekkert. Ég bara alltaf verið virk, hreyfa mig í sveitinni og það fyrsta sem ég æfi eru frjálsar. Á þessari mynd ég 4 ára og það var fyrsta skipti sem ég keppti einhvers staðar. Var að keppa í frjálsum og keppti í boltakasti og langstökki og Já, og þetta var sérst á bara sveitabænum við hliðin á. Þar var frænka mín komst langt í frjálsum, Helga Margrét Þorsteinsdóttir, og hún var sérst að byrja að sprikla þar og var með æfingar fyrir krakka og bara leyfði okkur að koma og vera með í frjálsum og það voru frjálsýrta æfingarnar sem ég fór á. Þannig að, já, svo prófa ég allar æfingarnar sem í boði inn á Hvammstanga og þú veist, ég prófaði að æfa fótbolta, körfubolta, frjálsar, sund, fimleika, en þetta samt allt saman kennt bara í sama salnum og þjálfararnir eru bara kennararnir, íþróttakennararnir í skólanum. Þannig að körfuboltaæfing var þá eiginlega bara leikfimi með körfubolta þema þann daginn eða þannig. Þannig að það var allt sem ég æfiði þegar ég var krakki og við fórum mikið fjölskyldan í íþróttasalinn á Reykjaskóla. Það þessar frábæru myndir hérna frá 2007 þar sem maður að leika sér með fjölskyldinni. Og þetta var það mikið bara svona leikfimi að þú veist, þegar ég vissi ekki eins og það væri spilið kerfi í íþróttum, bara ég læri það þegar ég fyrir handbolta, þá var ég bara svona, ok, ég held maður gerði bara eitthvað. Þannig að það var mjög svona ómarkvisst og bara svolítið að leika sér og prófa allt. Svo þegar ég klára hérna grunnskólan og orðin unglingur fyrir framhaldsskóla, þá held ég áfram að prófa bara allt. Ég prófaði að fara út, ég vissi að það væri mikilvægt að hreyfa sig, en einhvern veginn hafði ekki fundið mér neins þar. Ég prófaði að fara í crossfit, fara bara í ræktina, fór í svona fullarins fimleika, eitthvað í kringum hestamennsku, prófaði að fara á frjálsýrtaæfingu og margt af þessu mætti ég bara einu sinni og kom aldrei aftur og var bara ekki að finna mér neins þar og fannst ég svona einhvern veginn ekki tilheyra neinum hóp þannig. Þannig að þá komu bara nokkur ár sem ég bara gerði lítið sem ekkert og var bara að djamma. Ég var bara unglingur í framhaldsskóla og djammaði allar helgar og hreyfði mig lítið sem ekkert. Þannig að það var tímabil. En sem betur fer kannski tók ég það tímabil af því á djamminu mitt kynnist ég strák og hérna sem verður síðan maðurinn minn í dag. Hann sem sagt kemur úr mikilli handboltafjölskyldu. Systkin hans og hann æfðu og eru öll í handbolta og hann þjálfari í dag og búinn að vera lengi og systkini foreldrar hans eru fyrrum landsliðsfólk. Þannig að þetta bara, ég var bara að koma inn í risa handboltafjölskyldu. Og í kvöld einmitt á leiknum það HM í gangi handbolta núna og bróðir hans Haukur Þrastason einmitt í liðinu. Þannig að, já, var komin inn í svolítið mikinn handboltapakka og það tók hann, við kynnumst 2012 og það tók hann síðan 1 ár að ná mér á fyrstu handboltaæfinguna. Og þetta var, já, ekkert grín, sko. Þetta var mjög erfitt, mjög krefjandi og Örn, sem sagt maðurinn minn, var húsvörður í Vallaskóla, íþróttahúsi á Selfossi. Og þessi mynd sérst þaðan og á hverju kvöldi, bara í nokkra vikur, þegar við ákveðum að ég ætlaði að byrja að prófa að æfa handbolta, þá fór hann með mig og lét mig setjast við þennan vegg og ég átti að kasta 50 sinnum í vegginn, sitjandi, og svo átti ég að gera það á hnjánum og svo átti ég að gera það standandi og ég átti bara að kasta endalaust þangað til ég myndi læra að kasta. Og þetta gerði við mörg kvöld lengi og ég var alveg að vera brjáluð. Mér fannst þetta ekki gaman, en það var bara ekkert grín að byrja að kasta strax harpiksbolta og það ég ætlaði að byrja það seint og hérna megin já, þetta var sérst bara líklega það mest krefjandi sem ég hef gert að læra handbolta svona seint og ég líka þannig típa að ég vil bara vera best í öllu strax og ég vil ná öllu strax og þola ekki að tapa þannig að það var mjög erfitt og það var bara alls ekki staðan. Ég byrja það seint að aldurinn minn, 17 ára, 3. flokkur, var að æfa með meistaraflokk. Það var ekki sér 3. flokks og sér meistaraflokks æfingar. Þannig ég mætti alltaf bara beint á æfingar með meistaraflokk. Og það var náttúrulega bara harpiksæfingar og margar orðnar mjög góðar, komnar í unglingalandslið og fleira, þannig að ég var langt á eftir í getu. En ég átti þarna vinkonur og mákonur í liðinu, þannig að ég fór bara alltaf með þeim á æfingu og fekk hvatningu frá þeim. og já, og önnur mákona mín var sem sagt í unglingalandsliði og var síðan fljótlega valin í A-landslið, þannig ég leit mjög mikið upp til hennar og man eftir því að það var á landsleik hjá henni þar sem ég ákvað bara, heyrðu, núna ætla ég að taka til í mínum málum og ef ég ætla að vera í þessu þá ætla ég bara að fara all in. Og já, þannig að sem sagt, ég var mjög langt frá öllum í getu, þannig að Örn sendi mig á æfingar með 5. flokk og 4. flokk sem eru bara lítil börn og bara til að finna verkefni við hæfi. Þannig að, og það var mjög erfitt fyrir egoið, ég man ennþá tilfinninguna, en þetta hjálpaði. Og síðan byrja ég að spila bara með B-liðinu í 3. flokk og mér var það líka mjög erfitt og það allar vinkonur mínar voru í A-liðinu, en til þess að ég myndi læra þetta þá þurfti ég að prófa að keppa og þá þurfti ég að vera í einhverju liði sem ég gæti fengið að vera með. Þannig að, og í fyrsta leiknum mínum, það einmitt, ég fann einhverja eldgamla mynd sem úr fyrsta leiknum og ég fór heim í hálfleik hágrátandi og skammaðist mér svo mikið, ég fannst þetta ömurlegt. Þannig að það gerist, en svo bara byrjaði þetta að rúlla og ég spilaði leikjum í B-liðinu, svo náði ég að fá að vera með eitthvað í A-liðinu, svona smá og þegar skólinn byrjar þetta haust 2013 þá færi ég mig frá bara félagsfræðibraut yfir í handboltaakademíuna og þá fæ ég fleiri aukaæfingar. Þannig já, byrjum við. Og eins og segi, ég ákvað þarna á einum tímapunkti bara á þessum landsleik að ég þarna gæti ég orðið, eða þangað gæti ég farið. Þannig ég ákvað bara að taka virkilega til í mataræðinu mínu, ég ákvað bara að fara að hugsa vel mig. Þetta leyti var einmitt verið að taka styrktarþjálfun í gegn á Selfossi í handboltanum og ég fór alveg all in þar og ennþá þar og að hafa stundað styrktarþjálfun svona miklu kappi þarna, það hjálpaði mér virkilega mikið að ná tökum á þessu svona hratt og ég væri ekki hér ef ég hef ekki byrjað að sinna því almennilega. Og já, og svo 3 mánuðum eftir að ég byrjaði að keppa, þá urðu meiðsl í meistaraflokknum. Þannig að ég fékk að koma inn í hóp og vera með í meistaraflokksleik. Og það var móti Val sem var toppliðið þarna. Og þetta ég pingulítil. Og þjálfarinn minn öskrar á mig inn á vellinum að ég fékk að koma inn á og ég ætla að taka besta leikmann þeirra úr umferð. Og kallar bara taktu Kristínu Guðmunds úr umferð og ég vissi ekkert hver það var, þannig ég kallaði það tilbaka og bara já, ég vissi bara ekkert. Þannig að þarna ég eitthvað að reyna. En já, ég sem sagt, síðan bara byrjaði hlutverkið að vaxa. Og ég æfði 3 mismunandi stöður, ég var línumaður og í horninu sikkur megin sem samt hinum megin fyrir örfenda, en ég var bara einhvern veginn allstaðar af því að mér var eiginlega sama hvar ég var svo lengi sem ég var inn á, þannig ég var bara til í allt og var bara sett þar sem vantaði. Og þarna var ég bara farin að hafa mikinn áhuga, ég byrjaði að taka þátt í þjálfun á yngri flokkum á Selfossi og þegar ég útskrifast úr FSU fór ég síðan í íþróttafræði á Laugavatni, var einmitt síðasti árgangurinn sem útskrifast þar úr íþróttafræðinni þar og svo tók ég eftir þá útskrift svona íþróttasálfræði námskeið frá háskóla í Barcelona og allt sem ég var að gera var bara eitthvað sem ég gæti notað til þess að bæta mig sem íþróttakonu og minn feril. Og þegar ég var nýbyrjuð í handbolta þá skrifaði ég mér markmið á blað og setti það lengst ofan í skúffu af því ég vildi ekki að neitt myndi sjá það eða vita því, ég skammaðist mín mjög mikið. En ég skrifaði að ég ætlaði einhvern tímann að vera valinn í unglingalandslið og einhvern tímann í A-landslið. Þannig að það heldur betur skilaði sér, hugarfarið. Og svo kom að því, 2015, að ég var valinn í unglingalandslið og þetta var U19 eða U20 eða eitthvað svoleiðis og mér fannst það alveg bara geggjað og var valinn í nokkur æfingarverkefni. En síðan kom einu leikirnir sem voru, ég var alltaf bara 1 ár, þannig að það voru fái leikir sem voru í boði og ég var einmitt ekki valinn í lokahópinn fyrir það, þannig að ég man það var mjög svekkjandi en ég man að ég fekk að vera með liðinu og fekk að vera í liði sem var að spila landsleik og mér fannst það bara geðvikt, þannig ég var bara ok, þú veist, þangað ætla ég að stefna. Og sumarið 2017 var ég í fyrsta skipti boðið á æfingu með A-landsliðinu og ég ángríns trúði ekki mínum eigin eyrum, ég bara skildi ekki að þetta hafi gerst og þú veist, við fórum til Danmerkur og æfingamót, það er hérna fyrsta myndin og svo var mót verkefni haustið þar sem ég var ekki valin en var síðan kölluð inn að vera með á æfingunum og fekk þá aftur að fylgjast með liðinu keppa og svona og þetta var allt bara gerði þetta raunverulegra og ég bara fann hvað ég var komin nálægt þessu þannig ég bara hélt áfram minni braut og svo í október kom að því að ég var kölluð inn í var valin í hóp til þess að keppa og ég man ángríns ennþá tilfinninguna þegar ég fekk símtalið þetta var bara, ég hef aldrei verið jafn stolt og spennt og ég var valin fyrst alltaf sem línumæður en í þetta verkefni sem ég var valin í leikina þá vantaði ekki línumann heldur að vantaði hornamann og landsliðsþjálfarinn spurði bara hvort ég væri til að spila bara hornið þannig að ég bara náttúrulega búin að gera það líka í Selfoss bara vera allstaðar þannig að ég var bara til í það og það gekk svona ljómandi vel að ég bara ennþá þar í dag og hef sett spila með landsliðinu síðan 2017 ég hef tekið eina pásu en það var þegar ég gekk með strákinn minn 2020-2021 og svo fór ég með 2023 á fyrsta stórmót Íslands í 12 ár og við fórum á HM fengum boðsmiða á það mót fyrir góðan árangur í undankeppninni og svo árið seinna þá náðum við að vinna okkur sæti á EM og spilum þar síðast desember unnum fyrsta sigur Íslands í sögunni á EM og já, bara frábært mót og bara geggjuð lífsreynsla og upplifun. Ferillinn minn svona almennt, ég var í Selfoss, byrjaði þar, svo fór ég fram og prófaði að vera í toppliði og unnum allt sem var í boði á Íslandi og fekk reynslu af því. Og í dag spila ég svo aftur heima á Selfossi og vinna áfram í að skrifa söguna á mínum ferli og bara handboltanum á Selfossi. Og svo eins og ég sagði áðan, þá er ég í spila handbolta og ég er líka að vinna í fyrirtækinu mínu sem að ég stofnaði þegar ég var ólétt og stofnaði það hérna með, hún heitir Sandra Erlingsdóttir, við kynnumst í gegnum handboltan og erum síðan valdar báðar í landsliðið á sama tíma, 2017 og urðum bara mjög nánar og áttum að mjög mikið sameiginlegt að vera svona, hafa mikinn áhuga á bara næringu, við vorum báðar íþróttafræðingar, mikinn áhuga á heilsu og vorum alltaf svona ráðleggja fólki í kringum okkur, vinum, liðsfélögum, fjölskyldu, ráðleggja svona eitthvað með lífstílinn, með hugafar og slíkt. Þannig að þegar hún hringir í mig og spyr hvort við eigum ekki bara stofna saman fyrirtæki og fara að vinna við að ráðleggja fólki og hjálpa fólki, þá bara vorum við ekki lengi að stökkva það og höfum unnið með alls konar fólki á öllum aldri, alveg frá 12 til 80 ára og við, já, íþróttafólk og ekki bara erum að gera alls konar og bara nýta alla reynsluna sem við höfum, allt sem við höfum lært og miðla því á okkur. Og já, setið undir gamans Instagram síðan okkar og heimasíðuna nafni á fyrirtækinu okkar ef að einhverju vilja sjá hvað við erum að gera. En já, þá held ég svona, ég sé búin að segja frá mér eins og vel og mér dettur í hug. Og þú ætlar að vera með eitthvað spurningar fyrir mig, Silja.
Já, ég er alltaf svo forvitin. Eigum við ekki að byrja að klappa fyrir þessari sögu? Þetta kannski gefur okkur vona að við getum fundið íþróttafólk sem ekki byrjað alveg allt og snemma kannski, en mér langar bara svo að vita bara af hverju ósköpunum bara hættur ekki?
Já, það er bara frábær spurning. Ég veit það ekki alveg sjálf þegar ég spurði svona núna. Þetta var alltaf bara mjög krefjandi, en þetta einhvern veginn gekk. Ég hafði mjög gott bakland. Það var líklega spilaði mikið inn í. Ég náttúrulega, maðurinn minn eða kærastinn minn þá hjálpaði mér náttúrulega bara gífurlega mikið og bara eitthi miklum tíma í að bara kenna mér íþróttina. Fjölskyldan sem ég bjó inn á, fjölskyldan hans var náttúrulega bara öll í handbolta, þannig að ég var mikið í kringum fólk í handbolta. Fjölskyldan mín mjög hvetjandi og styðjandi. Ég átti frábæra þjálfara og einmitt það var líka bara fundið leiðir til þess að ég kæmist þangað sem ég vildi, ég var bara að senda æfingar með yngri krökkum og ég fékk verkefni við hæfi og ég fékk aðstoð við að bæta mig og þá einhvern veginn var þetta bara léttara og léttara og svo er ég hér.
En skildirðu þegar þú varst að spila með yngri flokkum, að æfa með yngri flokkum, skildirðu hvað markmiðið var þar að þetta væri verkefni við hæfi þá?
Sko, ég man alveg að mér fannst það mjög erfitt fyrir egóið, sko, en þetta var samt, ég vissi það lítið handbolta, ég vissi ekki hver neitt var, ég þekkti ekkert að krökkunum, en vissi enginn hver ég var, þannig ég smá svona, náði bara að láta mig hafa og bara svona, já, og ég hugsaði þá, ef ég næði að vera hér og næði að bæta mig hér, þá næði ég að vera með A-liðin í 3. flokk og ná að vera með vinkonum mínum þar, þannig að, já, og ég fór líka bara það mikið á fullt í þetta tók bara nokkrum mánuði.
Herðu, hér er spurning, hefðir þú viljað breyta einhverju í íþrótt og uppeldi þínu, nærðu þessum árangur vegna eigin áhugar, hvatar eða metnaðs, eða mælið þú með svona grunni fyrir íþróttafólk?
Ég bara hef ekki alveg spáð í því, sko. Ég held ég hefði ekkert endilega viljað gera neitt öðruvísi hjá mér. Ég var bara, það var alltaf bara ekkert annað í boði. Ég veit það ekki, kannski væri ég komin eitthvað aðeins lengra núna eða kannski hefði ég komist eitthvað fyrr en ég hugsa ekki, ég var bara að gera allt og var, já, ég prófaði allt og var bara að virka allan daginn og ég held ég hafi bara grætt mikið á að gera allt, sko.
Hvernig stýrir þú þeim metnaði sem býr í þér að vilja gera það sem þú tekur fyrir hendur 100% í réttan farveg eða eru hindranir sem þú þarft að yfirstiga?
Já, náttúrulega bara fullt af hindrunum endalaust, sko, og kannski mest eins og ég þarf að díla mikið við bara hugafarið og bara stress og svona og ég að verða alveg svona ekstra stressu fyrir leiki og líka bara fyrir æfingar, bara fyrir hver einustu landsliðsæfingu er ég bara ógeðslega stressuð, sama þó ég sé bara að fara æfingu með vinkonum mínum, sko, en kannski það eitthvað sem ég hefði haft betur stjórn á ef ég hefði byrjað yngri, þá hefði ég lært að tækla þetta yngri, en eins og segi, ég fór bara í nám og reynda að læra eitthvað íþróttasálfræði tengt og er bara duglega að reyna að sjá, ég er duglega að reyna að fara og fræða mig einhverjar leiðir til að hjálpa og fá aðstoð frá fólkinu kring og þá næ ég að tækla það, þannig að ég man ekki eins og hver spurningi var, en ég bara reynir bara að tækla það sem kemur á mig, sko.
En nú ertu móðir.
Já.
Þegar sonur þinn ætlar að fara að æfa, ertu með einhverja hugmynd hvað þú vilt og hvernig, hvað leið hann á að fara?
Já. Ég er svolítið mikið bara að vera fyrirmynd, þannig að ég man á tímapunkti var rosa mikið þegar ég var á mesta úlingstímabilinu mínu þá var verið að segja mér þú átt að fara á æfingu, þú verður að fara á æfingu og ég var ekki í neinu og var einhvern veginn, það var að vera smá íta í einhverjar áttir en mér langar bara að ég og það er náttúrulega allir í kring, við erum í þessum lífstíl að vera að hreyfa okkur og slíkt þannig ég er náttúrulega bara að vona að áhuginn hans haldist þar, þetta hann er náttúrulega algjör íþróttakrakki í dag og svo vil ég bara hvetja hann í því sem hann vill gera, bara sama hvaða íþrótta verður og slíkt. Og svo bara hafa allt svolítið jákvætt fyrir hans hugarfar og fyrir allt svoleiðis að já, svona góða hvatningu, jákvæða.
Herri, hér önnur, heldur að það sé kostur eða ókostur að byrja seint?
Ég held að geti bara verið bæði. Ég sé bara að ég gat þetta, þá geta aðrir þetta. Og eins og ég segist, ef maður byrja fyrir þá er þetta vera orðin betri fyrir eða er þetta vera komið lengra á einhverjum tímapunkti en það þarf ekkert endilega. Það er ekkert endilega, ég sé bara kosti og galla báðum megin og það þarf ekkert endilega að vera flýta sér, ég var eitthvað komin í landsliðið en ég hefði ekkert endilega, það breytti engu hvort ég var komin á 21 eða 17 sko. Þannig að ég bara, já, ég bara kostur og gallar báðum megin en ég held ég myndi ekki vilja breyta neinu hvernig það fór hjá mér sko.
Okay. Skulum hafa það lokaorð. Það komin hádegismatur og við ætlum að byrja á slaginu 12:40. Ég ætla ekki að vera fram að gangja æpa jæja, þannig að þið ætli bara að koma hérna 12:35. Ok, takk fyrir. Takk fyrir að vera all tímalega. Ég kom sjálf að hlaupa minni inn, en alltaf leið. Minni aftur á slæta og búið að flott að fá alla spurningarnar. En þá það þriðji og síðasti erlendi, ég ætla að segja gæin okkar. En svo ætla ég að minna eftir þetta pallborð og endilega hugstiði svo einhverja spurningar fyrir það. En já, síðasti fyrirlesinn þá Dr. Karsten Kvíð-Larsen. Karsten Kvíð-Larsen. Perfekt. Hann yfirsálfræðingur hjá Danska knattspyrnusambandinu, hefur birt nokkra greinar á sviði hagnýtra íþróttasálfræði og hæfileika þróunar. Skrifa bækur fyrir íþróttasálfræðinga, þjálfara og íþróttafólk og ferðaðist nýlega með danska landsliðinu og EM í knattspyrnu. Did you understand?
Some of it.
Some of it. Here you go.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the ability to be here today. So, Dadi is not here, but nevertheless, he invited me to present a bit about our book. He talked about it earlier, but nevertheless, it's some of what I will present today. Of course, this is an invitation to buy it, but let's have a look about what the content is, what I'm talking about today. So first of all, I'm going to take a step back and just look at what is talent, because that's important for how we think about talent development, and why we need to do that is part of that philosophy that's in this book, and I'll present some of the core ideas from the book, and at the end we have some room for some questions. Let's have a look at that. So when you see these persons in this slide, we often think about some traits or something like that when we see these persons. If we see, for instance, Mozart here, we will often think that he's a genius in his area, that it's something in it. It's something that he's born with. He's just a natural talent or gifted in some way. We could think the same about some of the other guys and girls in this picture. But often we need to consider a bit more than it's just something that we're born with. It's also the research trends when we look at talent development. It could be something in it, something we're born with, and that's often the case. We think that about the gifted persons. It could be the amount of hours, the specialization process, or the paradoxes in that, or it could be something about the environment. And we need to consider all three parts of this. So, for instance, Mozart, yes, he had a perfect ear for music, but at the same time, he started when he was 3 years old to compose music because his dad was a great teacher. So also a lot of hours, and composed, I think, Don Giovanni when he was 13 or something like that. So a lot of different aspects we need to consider, not just being really or having a lot of potential at an early age, but also a lot of hours and the environment. And what I mean by that is that how we perceive talent is crucial for how we work with talent development. So we need to be aware of our logic. So when I work with coaches, this is often one of the questions that I pose to them when I start working with them. Because if we think that talent is something that is in it, then we'll look for the talents or the persons that are great right now. If we think it's something about the amount of hours, then it's just a matter of starting really early and then training a lot of hours. If we think it's something about the environment, then it's something about the context and the relationships and how we do it between each other. So how we really think about this is really important for how we do. So you can check on yourself as well. So what is your understanding of talent? It's rooted in these research trends. It's something of the biological perspective with the innate potential. It's something about the amount and quality of training. We could see that as part of the day-to-day about specialization, and we can look more into it regarding the environment as well. And this is more an individual focus, and the ecological perspective is something that we've been looking into for a long time. Okay, so taking that idea forward, we need to consider the weight that the specialization and the professionalization does to working with young athletes. And my agenda for today is looking more into how can we create some alternative perspectives on creating a balance. So we heard a lot from the brilliant presentations earlier that what goes along with specialization and professionalization is, or could be, identity issues, mental health issues, dropout and such. And in order to prevent that or create the balance, and what is the agenda of the book as well, is we need to focus on developing the person behind the athlete. We need to look at long-term development. And what we are highly influenced of in this book as well is the holistic ecological approach that Dadi mentioned a bit earlier. All right. So what I'll do now is provide a bit of description of the factors that could create this balance and what we think is needed to outweigh the heavy toll that specialization and professionalization does to athlete development. Okay, let's look at the first one. So what we think is really important is that we look at people before podiums. In order to do that, we need to promote a holistic skills package. So promoting a holistic skills package is needed to create that balance and equipping players or athletes with the skills needed to cope with the transitions that they meet in life and in sport. So early on when I did my PhD, I researched into what is needed in order to be a good youth player at a youth academy in Denmark called AGF. And I found that these areas or these skills were really needed to be a good player at youth level. So for instance, the self-awareness part, the goal-setting part, being motivated to training a lot of hours, planning and organizational skills, ability to work hard, but also the ability to handle adversity, stress, and pressure. Also, what I saw was that there was a difference between what they said in that academy and what they actually did. They talked a lot about this stuff, but when I talked to the professional players at professional level, what they really needed was the ability to set your own goals because you were on your own, the ability to handle adversity, stress, and pressure. But it was not something that they taught the youth players. They just talked about it. So if we need to focus on something like life skills, psychosocial skills, it's skills like all other skills. We need to practice it to be good at it. So if we take that idea forward and look at this in regard of transitions, the sporting career, and especially the normative transitions, the fixed transitions, what we know about, for instance, at athletic level. So we need to equip the players early on in the development phase for them to make the transition, for instance, into professional phase later on. We also need those skills that, like self-awareness, planning skills, organizational skills, to combine academic level with the athletic level. So in Denmark at least, and of course the Scandinavian countries mostly also, we are really organized regarding combining athletic level and vocational level, and therefore combining school and sport, which is quite important for at least Denmark. So we need to equip them with the skills, not just when they need to make the transition that are fixed, but early on. So teaching for them to understand what is needed, or who am I, and what do I need to do in order to cope with all the demands that they experience during those transitions. Also, if we look at the non-normative transitions, the ones that we're not able to planned for, but happens out of the blue sometimes. When I ask some of the players, they often experience development like this across time. This is just goes along. I will do great, I will be the best, I'll fulfill my dreams. This is what the coaches may think. It will happen in phases, in steps. But it might be that this is more like life. A bit bumpy, some setbacks, some difficulties, a lot of issues along the way. And especially regarding the setbacks, we need a holistic skill package. We need to equip them with the skills in order to cope with these issues that they experience. A lot of in the literature mentions now that we need those setbacks in order to develop. When I talked to some football players as well regarding, also in my PhD, they talked about those bumps on the road as some of the most important ones. They learned especially something about themselves, not about playing football or anything like that, but how to handle difficulties, how to handle problems, how to handle setbacks. Something that were helpful and really needed in order to make the transition to professional level. If they didn't have that experience, even though it was really, really difficult at that time, there was an ACL injury that one of the players talked about, and that is difficult. A long time, 1 year, maybe your dreams are crushed, but nevertheless, when they saw themselves at that time, it was difficult, of course, but something that was the best for them regarding their psychosocial development. And sometimes also what is needed in order to still continue development, or if you drop out, that is something that is needed, also the holistic skills package, in order to make the transition out of sport or to recreational sports. So it is important, the holistic skills package, in order to create the balance from early specialization and professionalization as well. All right, that's one step. Another one is that young athletes are not miniature grown-ups. We heard a lot about this already. But also, why is it that we need to consider this? So young people, young persons have specific needs. When we look at the literature also, but also at the practical applied experiences, it is often the young sports psychologists and some of the coaches that work with the young people. And they have a need of guidelines, the one who start working with young people. Young people are not always mature enough for the same methods as adult elite athletes, even though then they have a mindset, and often the coaches that I work with have an idea that they need the same skills. The young people need the same skills as adult elite athletes. But this is not the case. They're not miniature adults. So therefore, bear in mind, be mindful about the cognitive and emotional differences across age groups, because this informs how we do it. Just looking, let's say, at the cognitive development in the mid-childhood, 6 to 11 years, even though it's still a broad category, they're concrete thinkers, logical, generally don't reason that abstractly or consider possibilities, and just posing a question about psychology to a boy or girl, and Katie talked about it as well, it's not something they would understand. They're not able to understand at all. All right, then when the brain is developed a bit more, let's say in the mid-adolescence, then they will start to be able to think a bit more abstractly. So considering that is really important. And a lot of coaches do not consider that, or sports psychologists for that sake as well, because the communication is adapted to the adult elite level. But we need to change that idea, and that would start with or really being mindful about, all right, who is this that I'm talking to? Which brain is it that I'm talking to, and what would they understand at this level? So being really mindful about their cognitive and emotional level is important to develop the young athletes. If we, there was some talk about identity as well, and I like this. It's a study from a British study, a bit some years back, but what it shows is for young girls at the age of 13, shows and the bubbles kind of characterizes what is important at this age group, at this level. For instance, it's pretty equal with school, hobbies, interest, family, sport, and friends. It's equally important at this age. But the transition and development, for instance, in the age of 16, we see a big difference in what is important for girls at this age. So for instance, school, college, friends, relationships, shopping, and today would be social media, is way beyond the importance of sport. So the importance for young people changes across time, and therefore we need to be mindful about that as well, because at least in Denmark, also a small country, we have to be aware of the dropout rates. So if we push for sport to be the most important part and just go for all-in professionalization, then we'll lose a lot of athletes in that process. But creating space for the young athletes to get a bit more sense of who am I, what is it that I want to pursue, and what is meaningful for me, is quite important to keep them in just being physical, and then afterwards they can make their choice whether sport is really important for them. In that sense, also really needed as many as possible for as long as time possible. So, all right, so we need to be mindful about that things changes across time and that affects identity and or what is important for us. Another part is that personal growth is nurtured in good sporting environments. So this is something that we have been nerdy about for a really long time, looking into successful talent development environments or good development environments. And what we have seen across time now when we look at all the research is some certain features that you could consider as well regarding how is it that we could create some good opportunities for young people and what we need to do in order to create good environments. So for instance, some of the features that are important and goes beyond, across the different studies is, for instance, that training groups that have supportive relationships, that we create opportunities for inclusion in training communities, supportive relationships and friendships within the group, despite performance driven, so meaning good communication all in all. That we promote or emphasize good role models. That means that community of practice that includes prospective and current elite athletes and opportunities to train with elite athletes and elite athletes who are willing to pass on their knowledge. So it's not a competition, but it's actually something that will help create a really nice environment if we're not keeping all the information that we need for ourselves, but we pass it on. Support of sporting goals by the wider environment, opportunities to focus on sports, school, family, friends, we heard a lot about that as well, and others' knowledge and accept the athlete's dedication to sport. The support that I talked about, the holistic skills package, opportunities to develop skills and competencies that benefit outside of the sporting domain, such as autonomy, commitment, and considering athletes as whole persons. And some of the other parts is also training that allows for diversification, and that means sampling different sports that you just heard previously from handball. A lot of different sports because that provides a broad motoric foundation. Focusing on long-term development instead of early success. And age-appropriate amount and content of training. And some of the things that I've been nerding a lot about also in football is that we need a strong and coherent organizational culture that is characterized by coherence between artifacts, what we see, what we say, the values, and what we actually do, all the basic assumptions. Culture is what provides stability to a group and supports a learning environment. And at the end, coordination and communication between sport, school, family, and other components, and athletes that experience concordance and synergy in daily life. And some of the studies that we've seen is that this is the right one is an example of an environment that was not that successful. They had individualized training programs, intergroup rivalry, elite athletes that kept their secrets, non-sporting environment showing a lack of understanding, solely focus on sport and winning at all costs, promoting early specialization, focus solely on developing sport-specific skills, focus on short-term success, fragmented culture, in which the coach promoted, you need to focus on nutrition, and then he showed up eating pizza all the time. A lack of communication, conflicting interests, and so on. So this is something that goes beyond or across a lot of different studies and a lot of different environments and sports, and something that we're able to see also in youth sport environments now, and we're looking into high-performance environments as well, so we'll have some more insight into that. All right, so that ties pretty much into the holistic ecological approach, that we need to look at the relationships, communication, and the context as a whole, and something that should balance out early specialization and the professionalization part. All right. Another big part, and something that is important today, is that mental health, that thriving is a result of sustainable cultures as well. And that ties pretty much into that we need to be mindful. That's a bit about the philosophy as well, or how is it that we perceive talent also, that we need to broaden our understanding maybe on mental health. So we tried some years back, Andreas Kyttel and I, to define what is mental health. It's not the absence of mental illness. It's a dynamic state of well-being in which athletes can realize their potential, see a purpose and meaning in sport and life, experiencing trusting personal relationships, cope with common life stressors and the specific stressors in elite sport, and are able to act autonomously according to the values. So this is something we heard already, what is important to balance out the specialization part, and something we need to consider, that when we talk about purpose and meaning, relationships, coping with stressors, but also about autonomy, this is something that we can develop. If it's as decision makers, coaches, sports psychologists, it's something that we can work with. And it's something that we should be aware of and focus on, and this is a model from Team Denmark, and it's a bit difficult to read, but nevertheless shows that we need to be aware of what it is in leadership and in the environment that we need to focus on, because if we don't, we will often have the case of psychological unsafe environments. And if it's leadership and how we communicate, and we talked about that a bit earlier, this is something we also need to consider. So this is the idea of tying mental health with environment and leadership, and something that you can look into also if you are interested in that. So mental health is important, and it's even more important today. When we started looking at it in 2018 in Denmark, not a big issue, but it's a big, big issue. And when we look at all the surveys on mental health and well-being in Denmark, it's getting worse and worse and worse. It's a big, big issue, and something that we need to take care of. And it's not solely isolated for non-sporting people. It's something that we all experience, and there's a lot of big stressors, or some big stresses that we need to consider, especially about the private domain, the sporting domain, and how they interact, and how they influence mental health and well-being. Okay, so let's have a look at the next one. So we call that might. With great power comes great responsibility. And this is something that we looked into. It's a bit more on the applied side. So we've been working a lot with mindfulness and acceptance and commitment therapy. And that's something that we use a lot regarding working with the players and coaches also. And I'll just show a bit about that. So this is our understanding on mental toughness. And it's always thought that mental toughness is about being a Navy SEAL that are able to do everything at all times. But our understanding on mental toughness is this. So doubt and worry is a natural and inevitable part of elite sport. Therefore, we define mental strength or mental toughness as the ability to act in accordance with motives and values, even when faced with difficult thoughts and feelings. So therefore, value clarification of athletes and coaches is an important part of our work. So it's not just about being tough and coping with everything that are thrown in your face. This is about knowing yourself, knowing who you are and what is important to you. Not what everybody else thinks is important for you, but what you really think is important for yourself. So it's in-depth work and something that is, for me, the most important part when I work with athletes. I always start with this part of trying to clarify what is values, why are they important. And in acceptance commitment theory, there's a lot of metaphors, and this is one of them. So values are something you do or qualities of something to do. Values can be acted out. It's not an end goal. It's not something we achieve. They define a direction and a certain way you want to be and how to act during the career or in life. In difficult days, it may be that you have thoughts and feelings that make you want to give in to frustration or escape from a challenging situation. In these situations, it is important to be aware of your values. And the picture here shows that it's the idea or the metaphor of a lighthouse, something that directs you in a certain way. So even when it's difficult along the way, you're able to focus on your values. They should show you the direction. It's not something that I will achieve. So if I have a value of hard work and competence or self-reflection, it's not something that I will achieve at one point, but it's something that guides me regarding what I want to do in my life. So I need to have some components in my life. I need to, for instance, work hard. I need to also be able to go in depth with stuff that are important to me because that elevates my idea of competence and at least think a bit about who I am, which is the self-awareness or self-regulation part. So it's something that guides us, something that is important. And this is rooted in what is the balance also for us individually. And this is the model, also based on mindfulness and acceptance commitment therapy. It's about psychological flexibility. And it's the three components that are important to be mindful about. It's the ability to be present, to stay in the moment also, but also the ability to open up to your experiences and not get sabotaged by thoughts and feelings, but stay committed to what it is that matters, your values, and do what matters. So taking steps in order to focus on what is important in your life. Okay, so we need this balance. So these 5 areas is something that we try to promote. It's something that you are able to read about in the book if you want to. There's a lot more, but something that is important to create the balance because there's a lot of weight on the specialization part. And if we need to think about long-term development and not having dropout early on, then we need some of this stuff as well. We need those whole person approaches and looking a bit more into the environment as well. So talent development is for as many people as possible, for as long as possible, of the highest possible quality, and with the highest possible degree of meaningfulness. And this is what we mean by sustainable talent development. So by that, thank you for listening.
Of course, we have more questions, and if you have any more, please send it in. Are we underutilizing teaching transferable skills? Can success in one area like football lead to success in another like school? How can we do better there?
If we're underutilizing it?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. We're not doing what we need to do. At least from my experience, it's still the case in Danish sport that we're not being good enough at integrating it as part of development, just a natural part of development. So therefore, we'll not equip them with the skills to make the transitions later on. So we really need to be even more, and of course that demands resources. And when we think about resources or adding resources, it's not about making it even more professional. It's just about teaching teaching the athletes about who am I, also beyond the athletes. So it's really important to not make it professionalization too early, because that's sometimes the idea when we think about adding more stuff into it. We try to be even better. We heard a lot about that. So not really being too professional in your idea of adding resources, but as something that balances out what is also, or will always be there, the professionalization part. We're not able to escape it, so therefore we need to balance it out, and we can do it by focusing on that part.
And you said too early. What is too early? When is the sweet spot?
For me, the early part, I would like to, if it was me, it was just for as long as possible, as many as possible, as I mentioned, but focusing on the environment, a nice development environment for as long time as possible. And there are some examples in Denmark in football that they're able to do it. Let them stay in their own grassroots environment for a long time, and then at the age of 15 they go to an academy, for instance. So being in there close to friends, being able to meet up with friends outside of sport, close to school, but still being able to do stuff besides that, unorganized sports and different sports, is just so important. So therefore, not too early means that for as long as possible, as many as possible would be the sweet spot for me. And it's not, I don't have a specific age. No. It's pretty context dependent.
Recently, a report was made about elite sports in Iceland. One of the recommendations was to create elite sports tracks in elementary school. What do you think about that?
It's pretty similar to what is happening in Denmark. There's elite sports schools in municipalities in Denmark, so they have that. But it's just a way of schools working together with clubs in which, for instance, in the morning, 2 days a week, they're able to practice in the clubs, but it's part of the schedule in the school, so they'll practice from 8 to 10, and then afterwards they go to school. So far that works pretty good, because it's founded on the philosophies or ideas about talent development from Team Denmark. They're also mindful about this part because they integrated that several years ago, this sustainable talent development idea. So not if we put in, or because we're not able to do anything about it, but they put in more practice, you also need something to balance that out. Because you'll just put more pressure, like we heard today, put more pressure on children, the athletes, so therefore we need something to balance that out. You can just not put more and more into it, because that will just create stressors and problems with mental health across time. So therefore, keeping the balance is the important part here as well. Okay.
In your work with elite athletes, what lessons have you learned that you would have wanted to know when you first started?
Nice. A lot of, I talked to Daddy and Christian about it last night. I wrote a paper called Bringing a Knife to a Gunfight, and that's about my experiences in professional football. I was pretty hammered afterwards. First time into a professional club, and I was there a year. So that's kind of the logic in football, that when the coach goes, he often brings his staff. If he goes to a club, he will bring his staff, and when he's sacked, the staff will go too. I was as well. And that was my first experiences of big business and high politics in professional sports. And I would like to have known a bit about that before I started, because then I was able to maybe compensate for the difficulties that goes along. So it's really difficult to go into big organizations, and you need to be aware of the politics. So that's what I try to teach my students now, actually, is you need to know about the politics and the logic. And what I do now is that before I start working with athletes, is that the ones that hire me, I want them to clarify that sports psychology is what we're going to do, and we're going to do it across time. That could be the performance director, sporting director. And after that, I want him to clarify that with the board of directors.
Okay.
Because at one point, there will be the barrier for development or the culture of sports psychology in the club. Mm-hmm. And then afterwards, I want the performance director to clarify that with the coach. It could be that the coach is on board or not on board. It could be the agenda of the performance director or not. But then we have the link: board of directors, performance coach, performance director, coach. And when that's clarified and everybody's on board, then I can start working with the athletes, but not before. No. And then instead of just going into an environment saying this is what we need to do, then I analyze the environment before I start. So spending a lot of time knowing before doing is also important. I would like to have known that.
Knowing before doing, okay. If you were a coach in a toxic environment, what steps would you take to change it?
That's a complex one. It could be that you're a young sports psychologist going into the club. Then it's just the most difficult situation, because it might be your first job. And you know the coach is toxic. He's creating a toxic environment. We got some documentaries in Denmark about that. A club called Esbjerg. It's just crazy. But what you see, it's a great documentary. I use it for teaching purposes as well. So you're not able to do anything because the power is beyond you. You're not able to control anything. You're able to control what it is you do. So for you, you got to find something that is meaningful in your daily work, because it's beyond you. You can say to the coach, you're creating a toxic environment. He will say, all right, see you. But that's how it is. If you don't support it, it's so trust-based in, let's say professional football, meaning that if you undermine his authority or not follow his ideas, you'll probably get sacked within a week or something like that. Or you'll put you in an office somewhere. You'll not be able to do anything. So, yeah, it's really difficult. And for me, it's something about finding out what it is you want to do there. You can get some great experiences, but it's not where you're supposed to be in the long term. So get some experiences on what is difficult, but also what are you able to do in difficult times.
Okay. How can parents help their kids to build mental strength?
By not being too over-demanding and pushy as a parent, but talking more about them as their kids and talking to them about them as kids, not as professional athletes. So it's about what we talk to them about. So if we always, when they sit in the cars, we talk about how did you do today, how many points did you score, or whatever it is, then we emphasize the idea of the kid as professionals all the time. So we need to be mindful about what it is we talk to them about. So their kids, so what would we talk to our kids about if it's not about sport? It would be something totally different. So what is important right now in their age group, at that stage, at their cognitive level? So we need to be aware of that and talk to them about that as well. When they're in their teens, it's a lot of different stuff going on, and let's talk about that instead of the sport, because then we don't emphasize too much about that sporting area, and we just heard tons of evidence about it, that it's so over-focused on demanding so far, so let's talk about something else to create that balance.
Okay, so what about if I'm on my way with my kid in the car after a game and we lost, and I'm like, I love that tree.
Yeah.
That's nice. Like
we could do. Of course, it's. I don't know if that goes in English, but the elephant in the room or something like that. There's something that we could address.
Yeah.
But also, what I try to focus on, even though across different age groups, that goes for professional and youth as well, that there's a time limit for focusing on what happened in the past.
Okay.
We're not able to change anything about it. But if we spend all our time thinking about what happened in the past, it's really difficult to stay present in the moment. We don't have our mind invested in anything that goes on right now. We're just in the past and we're not able to change it. Mm-hmm. So there's a time limit for it, saying, all right, this is the time limit. You need to analyze, put it in the grave, make your peace with it, and then that's it. Then you need to stay present. And that's a mindfulness skills. You can teach that to a lot of persons despite the age group. So, of course, trying to do that, that's one of my ideas.
Okay, what path would you choose for your own children?
I didn't understand the last presentation, but it looked like my children. A lot of different sports.
Yeah.
All kinds of sport. They've been doing gymnastics, handball, horseback riding, and now it's swimming. Now it's football. And they just love it. It's a great community. It's a great... they have some great friends there, so the social part is just elevated, and it's the best for them. So that's what I encourage. I don't have any ambitions on their part. They should just enjoy doing sports, and the happiness that goes along is the most important part. So that's what is important for me.
Cool. We have two more questions here. How would an intervention with mindfulness and acceptance commitment therapy look in professional environment? That was rough.
Yeah. That's a big, long question. Yeah. It's pretty complex, but nevertheless, that's what I try to do. But yeah, it ties a bit into what I talked about earlier. So I need the commitment from the management before I start doing anything. They need to be on board. And when they're on board, then it's a method. It could be a lot of different other methods of how we do it. It could be different. It's based on cognitive behavioral therapy. It's just a bit different than the traditional part, but nevertheless, that's what I would do or what I would focus on. For instance, with professional footballers, it would be tied into knowing something about themselves and their own reaction patterns, especially when they're under pressure. So that's just the level that I'm working at right now. That would be national teams, and that would be what I emphasize in one of the areas that I have in my curriculum for the national teams. It's performance under pressure, but it's not just performance. It's actually ties into the idea I talked about, mental toughness or mental strength. It's knowing yourself and your own values and how you react in certain ways, and being able to work with that in a lot of different situations during a game and in high pressure and high stress situations. So that was not very specific, but it's something that I try to do. Yeah.
Okay, here we have, are we underutilizing teaching transferable skills? Can success in one area, like football, lead to success in another, like school? How can we do better there?
That was the first question.
That was, I thought so, I was marking. Okay, so I have a last question, because you traveled with the Danish team to the European Championship.
Yeah.
Was there anything there that surprised you, or like, what did you learn about their communication skills and stuff in the group?
Not surprising. No, it's actually when you try and go into a big event, it has to be really dull and boring and no drama, because they need to, for most of the time, actually just be recharging their batteries, their energy, and relaxing. And when it's time for practice or games, then they need to be able to focus really fast in shifting situations and cope with difficult stuff or adversities. So there was not that much surprising because we were well prepared, and it sounds really dull or not that funny, but that's how it's supposed to be. It's how we have to prepare so we don't get surprised when we're there, and we did a good preparation, and that doesn't mean that we'll perform great because we met some great opponents, and that's how it is. That's something different than the psychological piece of it.
All right, let's give him a round of applause. Ok, íslenska, úi. Herru, við ætlum að setjast í pallborð. Ég ætla að fá til mín gott fólk, Jöri, Sólveig, Hafrún ætlar að bætast við og Vésteinn. Þið með að sjálfsögðu koma spurningar, ég held áfram að fylgjast með því. Hefur ekki að hafa þið bara hérna 4 hérna minn? Kveikt á öllum mikrofónum, já. Hvað áttu að sitja? Ég má vera hérna einhvers staðar. Já, minn á Slido. Hvað segir, þið ekki bara kall?
Jú, erum við að fara að tala afrekssjóðina? Nei, ég að djóka.
Herru, svo ég allavega kynni þau til að byrja með. Þá það Jörundur Áki Sveinsson. Sko, ég í brasi hvort ég að segja sviðstjóri knattspyrnusviðs KSÍ. Það fínt? Ok, þá ætla ég ekki að lesa hitt. Og við með Vésteinn Hafsteinsson, afreksstjóra ISÍ. Sólveig Jónsdóttir, framkvæmdastjóra Fimleikasambandsins og Hafrún Kristjánsdóttir, sálfræðingur, prófessor og deildarforseti íþróttafræðideildar. Hún með stærsta titilinn. Herðu, hvað svona getum við lært af deginum? Ef Vésteinn, við byrjum á þér. Hann með mikið að glós sem sé ég.
Já, ég vil nú bara þakka fyrir þessa fyrirlestra, þetta var bara frábært. Ef ég dreg aðeins saman, þá fannst mér Kati koma inn á foreldra og þjálfara að það væri eiginlega vandamálið eða áskoruninnar í Kanada. Daði talaði mikið gleði og félagskap og strákarnir voru að spila fótbolta saman og urðu síðan flestir atvinnumenn. Og Kristján var að tala sko hraðan í þjóðfélaginu og stressið og meira og meira og meira og meira. Og það þyrfti ekkert meira og meira og meira og meira af því að krakkarnir þyrfti ekkert að vera inn á landsliðum fyrir 21 árs, mjög áhugavert. Perla, hún var nú eiginlega að segja mína sögu bara eins og á Sölfossi. Það var svona mjög svip og ég alveg upp. Fannst það bara frábært. Og svo Karsten líka með þetta long term og hugsa persónu á bakvið íþróttamann eða konuna. Þetta svona það sem ég tek út úr þessu og við bara vitni vinn minn Þóri Hergjesson og að tala gildi. Þannig í restina values og það það sem Þórir alltaf að tala það gildin. Á hvaða vegferð eru við, þannig að þetta svona, við tekið þetta saman það sem ég fannst. Mjög áhugavert.
Flott. Sólveig, lært af deginum? Hvað sér þið? Virkar það ekki?
Heyri ég mér það?
Já. Svona, hvað getum við lært af deginum? Hvað tekur þú út úr þessu?
Ég tek út úr því að við ættum að gera miklu meira af þessu. Að hittast og tala og kasta á milli hugmyndum og þekkingunum sem við erum búin að sanga að okkur út af því að mér finnst að vera svo mikil, hvað heitir svona, það er svo geggjað hvað við búum í litlu samfélagi þar sem að við einhvern veginn hefum ástríðuna með okkur í íþróttunum sem við erum að sinna, að við getum lært svo mikið af svona dögum og spjalla svo saman í hádegismatnum og kynnst aðeins betur og þannig að allt það finnst mér alveg frábært og að hlusta á þetta fagfólk tala, það fékk mig eiginlega til þess að hugsa hvað ég þarf að læra meira. Þannig að ég bara spennt að kafa þess í allt það sem þau voru að segja okkur frá.
Jöri?
Já, ég tek undir það. Þetta frábært dagur og frábært framtak, áhugaverðir fyrirlestrar. Við svo sem erum sammála það við Sólveig og Vésteinn og allir sem koma að þessu að við þurfum að tala meira saman og vinna þetta í sammenningu. Við erum lítil þjóð en við hugsum alltaf stórt og þannig eigum við að hafa það og mér finnst þetta mjög áhugavert.
Okay, Hafrún, vilt þú bæta einhverju við?
Já, kannski að þegar ég var að hlusta á þessa fyrirlestra þá fannst mér skína í gegn að við erum að gera margt ótrúlega vel. Krakkar hafa tækifæri til að vera í mörgum íþróttum hérna, við leifum öllum að vera með mjög lengi og svona, það er mjög margt, tikkum í mjög mörg box og gerum hlutina vel. Og nokkur langar að gera betur og eðlilega öllum langar að gera betur, en við verðum að passa okkur sko að við driftum ekki of langt í það bara bæta við, vera meiri professionals og eitthvað svona, að því að ég held að við höfum bara náð langt af því að einmitt sko, krakkarnir geta leikið sér inn í íþróttahúsum og veist, ég held að sé ekki gott endilega að horfa til einhverja stóra þjóða og hvernig þeir eru að gera það. Heldur gerum bara meira af því sem við gerum vel án þess að kæfa krakkarna í skipulögðu starfi.
Já. En ef við myndum skoða svona kannski hvað við getum bætt, eitthvað svona sérstakt sem að ykkur dettur í hug með það, ef að bara við stefnum, byrjum á þér.
Já, þetta náttúrulega, við vitnum í stóru þjóðurnar, ég er búin að vera að tala um þetta síðan ég kom hérna heim að við ættum að geta gert þetta betur en flest allar þjóðir. Eins og við erum nýtískulegt fjölmenninga þjóðfélag og erum fá, bara flott þjóðfélag og ég er alveg sammála Hafrún í því að við getum gert þetta eiginlega best í heimi og mér finnst það fyrst að vera menntun á þjálfurum, þannig að þegar maður fer á þjálfurarnámskeið þá lærir maður ekki bara íþróttagreinina og kannski einhverja líkamlega þjálfun, þannig að þjálfun gengur út á félagslegt umhverfi og andlega heilsu. Og það eru aðal áskorunar og síðan bara krakkinn fái og úlingurinn fái að taka sína ákvörðun það þegar þar að kemur hvort þau verið afreksfólk eða ekki og að við séum þá með góða þjálfaramenntun þvert og allar íþróttagreinar og líka þjálfara leiðtogamenntun og síðan alveg endalaus á foreldrafræðslu. Vegna þess að það sem Kati var að segja, hún bara vitni í því að foreldrarnir eru bara að gera það besta fyrir sína krakka, en þau eru bara ekki með kunnu þá. Þannig að mér finnst bara foreldrafræðsla og þjálfaramenntun vera einhvern veginn gegnum gangandi í þessu öllu saman. Við þurfum bara að verða betri í því að gera þetta og horfa inn á við að við erum að gera mjög góða hluti hér á Íslandi og kannski þá bara alveg í topp í heiminum, en allt sem er gott er hægt að bæta og við þurfum að ganga út frá rannsóknum, hvernig á að vinna með krakka og úlinga og það er sama þróun hér og í nágrannalöndunum að það er andleg vanheilsa úlinga sem er mikið vandamál í dag og við þurfum þá að hlusta á sérfræðingana og reyna að breyta og bæta.
Einhverju fleira bæta við?
Já, er ekki alltaf sama röð?
Jú, ef við getum gert það, Sólveig.
Nei. Þetta ótrúlega sammálaðir við sitt. Bara menntun, hvert sem að hún snýr að ef við hugsum íþróttamannin í miðjunni, allan hringinn í kringum hann, að menntun er lykillinn að öllu sem að við eigum að vera að gera allan daginn og nýta rannsóknirnar. Því ég velti stundum fyrir mér að af hverju kemst sú lína seinna niður á gólfið, veit ég, og hún er lengur í fræðarsamfélaginu. Þannig að svona dagar og það sem er opið fyrir alla og við getum sótt okkur þessa fræðslu sjálf, það er líka alveg gríðarlega mikilvægt fyrir það að geta svo farið inn á æfingu sem þjálfari. Og svo langar mér bara svona rétt að þessa pæli þegar við erum að pæli að gera betur, að hvað er árangur, hvað er betra? Er það að einstaklingurinn verði til lífstíðar partur af íþróttum? Er það að hann verði mannauður fyrir íþróttahreyfinguna? Eða er það gullverðlaun? Spyrjum okkur svolítið, hvað er árangur í íþróttum? Er það að tilheyra og líða vel og vera komin í hina fjölskylduna sína? Bara svona pæling.
Jöri, viltu segja eitthvað?
Já, ég fannst áhugavert að vera að tala um að leyfa krökkunum að vera krakkar sem lengst, stunda sem flestar íþróttir. Mér fannst þessi saga hennar Perlu alveg fáránlega athyglisverð og ég ætla að bjóða hún á landsliðsæfingu í næstu viku. Að byrja í U15, sjá hvort þetta verði ekki eitthvað. En ég öfunda Arnar landsliðsþjálfara að vera með svona hugafar inn í sínum hóp því að þetta er einstakt og þessi saga er alveg geggjuð. Við náttúrulega hjá knattspyrnunni erum náttúrulega eins og kannski sást hérna áðan ansi mikið í sviðsljósunum með alls konar hluti og eitt af því sem við erum að glíma við náttúrulega utanaðkomandi pressa. Við erum með líf og frama þessara krakka í höndunum þegar við veljum þau ekki í landslið eða veljum þau í landslið. Þannig að það mikil pressa þar. FIFA og UEFA, en þó aðalega FIFA að pressa á okkur að hefja fyrr sérhæfingu. Við erum ekki sammála því og við þurfum að standa í lappirnar og erum að gera það að við búum hér í ákveðnum kúltúr á Íslandi þar sem að samfélagið svolítið samtaka í því að við eigum að geta stunda fleiri en eina íþróttagrein og haft gaman að hlutunum en eins og Karsten sagði áðan, það engin sérstakur aldur sem akkurat máli sem við eigum að byrja að sérhæfa. Þannig að mér finnst það að vera mikilvægt að við séum að horfa á fjölbreytileikann og mér minnist þetta, ég þjálfaði nú fyrir allt mörgum árum, 25 held ég að sé, þegar Þóra B. Helgadóttir var landsliðsmarkvörður, A-landsliðskvenna og fór svo út með U20 ára landsliði í handbolta til Kína á heimsmeistaramóti á miðju keppnistímabili. Og þegar ég fekk þessa spurningu frá landsliðsþjálfari í handbolta hvort það veri lægi að hún færi með á móti og ég sagði bara ekkert mál. Það voru ekki allir sammála því í klúbbnum sem ég var að þjálfa þá, Breiðablik. En svona var þetta þá og ég vona það að þessi hugsun sé ennþá því við eigum að geta að leyft krökkum að þróa sig í fjölbreytileika. Að skila sér.
Ég var einmitt með Þóri í þessari ferð.
Þetta gömul.
Það eru akkurat 25 ár síðan. Og ég held að hún hafi orðið betri markmaður af því hún var í handbolta og betri handbolta því hún var í fótbolta. Þetta vinnur held ég svolítið saman. Það hellinga hlutum sem við getum bætt og sama hvað við vinnum vel að við getum alltaf bætt eitthvað, þannig þetta bara. En mér langaði kannski að taka út punktin sem að Katie sagði með svona labeling á krökkum og sérstaklega á þeim sem eru efnilegir. Að því ég hef fengið svo mikið af ungum krökkum til mín, kannski svona aldrinum 17 til 21, eitthvað svo leis, sem eru mjög efnilegir og ég man eftir einum fótboltastrák sem kom til mín fyrir mörgum árum sem að lýsi svolítið svona hvernig þetta getur verið. Hann kemur bara til mín og hann var mjög efnilegur, líklega eitt sá besti á landinu, byrjaði snemma að spila í meistaraflokk og hann sagði bara það gera allir ráð fyrir því að ég verði atvinnumaður og ég spili í toppklubbum í Evrópu. Það hefur enginn spurt mig hvort mér langi til þess. Mér langar það ekki. Mér langar bara að vera í mínum klubbi og hann bara bugaðist algjörlega undan þessari í rauninni pressu sem var sett á hann bara af góðum hug í rauninni og það eru mjög margir svona krakkar þau sem eru bara efnileg og góð. Það gert ráð fyrir því að þau fara eitthvað langt og það sagt og klappa á bakið á þeim og eitthvað svona en það rosa fáir sem spurja langar þig þetta og þau hafa kannski ekki endilega svarið 15 ára eða 16 ára og það líka hinir sem voru mjög efnilegir og fóru jafnvel út 16 ára, 17 ára eitthvað eða spiliðu mjög snemma í meistaraflokk eitthvað svoleiðis og svo gengur ekki alveg sem skildi koma heim eða ná ekki inn í A-landslið þóttu þau byrjað í meistaraflokksleik 16 ára eða eitthvað svoleiðis og þau upplifa sig sem failures og við verðum aðeins að vanda okkur hvernig við tölum við þessa krakka þótt þetta sé á góðum hug að hugsa hvaða pressu erum við að setja á þessa krakka með því að hrósa þeim þetta er lægilega hrósa þeim ég vonið fatti hvað ég er að fara ekki gera ráð fyrir þau vilja endilega vera afreksmaður í íþróttum því það er ekki fyrir allir þannig að þetta er svona eitt punktur af kannski mörgum.
Sólveig? Jú, mér fannst líka mjög áhugavert með Daði með punktan sem hann er búin að spurja krakkana í MK og þau eru að lýsa svona ákveðinu vanlíðan fyrst þetta ekki skemmtilegt, langar ekki, muni ekki eftir punktunum. Svo stóð neðist bara, þau myndu aldrei segja þjálfarunum frá því og svo sagði hann að því að þjálfarinn er með ferilinn í höndunum og mér finnst þetta líka vera svona bara þjálfaði sjálf og því kannski mörg sem hafi verið að þjálfa gerir maður sér kannski algjörlega grein fyrir því að iðkandi mann sé svona tilfinningum myndi aldrei segja manni hvernig hlutinir eru og svo á sama tíma velti ég líka fyrir mér völdunum sem að þjálfarinn þá í rauninni hefur og hvernig getum við aukið fræðslu til þjálfara út frá þessum punkti til þess að lyfta þessum ungu íþróttamönnum.
Ég tek bara undir þetta vegna þess að ég er búinn að þjálfa 2 ólympíumeistari í einni íþróttagrein. Það vildi enginn þjálfa þá vegna þess að þeir tikkuðu ekki í boxin. Einn var í körfubolta og einn var í íshokkí. Þeirra draumur var að ná árangur í þessum greinum. Annar hélt meira sem væri Michael Jordan endur kominn sko. Hann hafði það mikla trú á sér í körfubolta. Hann komst ekki inn í akademi í körfubolta og hinn komst ekki inn í akademi í hokkí og þeir vissi ekki hvað þeir átt að gera. Þeir fóru ekki að vinna með mér sem þeir voru 19 ára og síðan eru þeir ólympíumeistari 10 árum seinna. Þetta er svona típist dæmi hvað er hægt að gera ef fólk vill eitthvað og sem sagt, þarna tikka þeir ekki í boxin, það verður engin áhuga á þeim. Svo verður þessi menn bestu menn í heimi. Þetta er bæði sorglegt og gleðilegt að segja frá þessu. En svo vil ég segja eitt enn. Ég á 3 krakka sjálfur og það er mjög erfitt að vera foreldri og afreksþjálfari og ég spurði einu sinni 2 minni krakkana mína akkur eru því í fótbolta og innibandi er rosalega stór íþróttagrein í Svíþjóð fyrir krakka. Það er bara vegna þess að kunningar okkar eru þar. Það var bara eina ástæðan. Og svo er ég búinn að vera ráðgjafi, ég er orðinn ansi gamall, ég er búinn að vera ráðgjafi út allt í hinum og þessum löndum og ég hef alltaf með eina spurningu þegar ég sit svona sem ráðgjafi með íþróttafólki og þjálfur. Ég spyr alltaf síðustu spurninguna. Akkur er þetta í íþróttum? Og það er eina svarið sem er alltaf það sama, alveg sama hvaða þjóðerni það eða hver það strákur sem 5 ára eða kallmaður sem 70. Þannig að ég hef verið að vinna á þessu bili af því það er gaman. Og akkur erum við þá að gera þetta leiðilegt með því að velja krakkan og snemma á móti þeirra ákvörðun. Akkur eru við foreldrar að keyra þau yfirum. Akkur eru þjálfarnir, akkur eru allir að fara í atvinnumennsku. Það er ekkert allir að fara í atvinnumennsku. Það er 0,0 eitthvað prósent. Skilur, akkur eru við í þessum pakka. Þetta er ekkert annað en við þurfum bara að fræðast og við þurfum að fræða.
Ég ætla aðeins að fá að grípa þetta því að Atli Guðnason, knattspyrnumaður, ég ætla bara að fá að segja ykkur eldsnögt frá smá verkefni sem að við erum að prófa í Hafnarfirði. Það er að við erum svona með eiginlega bumbubolta, við erum að kalla það, fyrir úlinga sem í menntaskólaaldri og eru sem sagt hætt í fótbolta. Við fengum lista allavega hjá FH, hverjir eru hættir og eru þessum aldri og Atli sjálfur hringdi í það og spurði bara nennið að koma og prófa æfingar. Og það er sem sagt að fjölga núna í hverri viku og við erum bara að reyna að búa til hóp. Okkur langar bara að vita, þú veist, það hljóta að vera krakkar sem eru hætti í íþróttum en langar bara einmitt að koma og leika og hafa gaman. Draumurinn svo náttúrulega bara, þú veist, kannski erum við komið fram til að dómara, við getum sendið á dómarnámskeið og náðum, þú veist, inn í félögin. Þannig að ég vildi bara svona pinga ykkur með ykkur. Ég mun einhvern veginn leyfa ykkur að fá frekari upplýsingar þetta því að mér finnst að kannski getið þið skoða þetta líka hjá ykkar félögum. Að það er alveg fullt að krökkum með þetta hann úti sem vilja bara æfa og hafa gaman með vinnum sínum.
Má ég bæta við þetta?
Já.
Eða spila landsleika móti Egyptalandi í kvöld eins og hann Viggo sem hætti handbolta í mörg ár og byrjaði svo aftur að æfa og stendur sér frábærlega.
Nákvæmlega, maður veit ekkert, maður það bara náði minn.
Hvað er þetta með handboltan og geta bara hvað er í gangi?
Það gefast allir upp, já, ok.
Nennir enginn aftur í fótboltan eftir að hafa hægt.
Það heita allir upp í fótbolta í þessu landsliðinu.
Já, ég veit það.
Herri, það er svo mikið af spurningum. Nú er mikil tókstreita á milli íþrótta efnilega krakka og mikið í húfi fyrir hverja grein að halda í krakkana. Hvernig væri hægt að koma í veg fyrir þessa keppni börnin? Sólveig.
Ég held að við stundum að byrja alltaf.
Já. Þú varst svo snögg upp.
Er það ekki samvinna? Samtal, samvinna íþróttafélaga í bæjarfélögum og tala við krakkana og leyfa þeim að æfa fleiri íþróttir, jafnvel þó stundataflan svona sé, kannski þetta að sleppa einn æfingu í, ég veit hvað ég meina. Samvinna og samtal.
Við, hann Píter sem er á Fremstabekk, hann hefur krönsað sportæflirgögnin og það kemur í ljós að ef þú sem sagt ert í 2 eða fleiri íþróttagreinum, þannig erum við að tala börn og unglinga, þá eru 10% líkur og þú hættir í íþróttum yfir höfuð. Ef þú ert í einni, þá eru 30% líkur. Og þetta svona eitthvað sem maður þarf kannski að segja metnaðarfulla handboltaþjálfarunum eða fótboltaþjálfarunum með 12 eða 13 ára gamla krakka. Heyrðu, leyfðu honum að sleppa einni æfingu í viku eða 2 eða hvernig sem það kann að vera. Gerðu honum kleift að vera í báðum íþróttum af því það er líklegra hann haldi áfram í þinni íþrótt. Þannig að þetta er alltaf hjálplegt. Mér finnst líka, ég er tengd Val og það kom upp fyrir einhverjum árum að einhverjur þjálfarar í einhverju 4. flokk eða hvað það var, voru að rífast æfingatími hitt á sama tíma og það er eitthvað sem maður náttúrulega bara ætti ekki að geta gerst en ok, það gerist og stundum erfitt að búa til töflu og þjálfararnir fóru að rífast það sko, á hvora æfinguna, handbolta, fótbolta eða hvort körfubolta, ég man ekki, leikmennir átt að mæta og það náttúrulega er ekki þjálfarana, það er félagsins og það er á að vera í stefnu félagana að ef þú æfir hérna þá máttu bara æfa fleiri íþróttir. Þannig að við höfum að taka þetta úr höndunum af kannski ofmetnaðarfullum þjálfurum sem að munu alltaf fyrirfinnast og setja þetta í hendurnar á bara félaginu og setja stefnu í þessu. Það skiptir ekki öllu máli þetta 12 ára krakki missi eina handboltaæfingu eða eina fótboltaæfingu á viku.
Fleiri bæta við? Hvenær og hvernig afreksþjálfun, hvernig innremmum við afreksþjálfun eða afreksstefnur íþróttafélaga betur? Einhver þarna?
Ég held að þetta sé eitt af því sem að við þurfum öll að hjálpast að við. Það er að móta þessar stefnur innan íþróttafélagana því að við höfum nú rætt þetta mikið í fótboltanum að þetta er eitthvað sem vantar og þegar að nýjir starfsmenn, þjálfarar eru að koma inn í félögin þá er engin pakki sem fá í hendur, heldur það er bara sagt, þeir eru bara að gera svo vel, hérna eru 10 boltar, let's go. Þannig að ég held að þetta sé alveg rosalega mikilvægur þáttur í því að gera okkur enn betri. Það er að byrja því að vinna þessa stefnumótuna vinnu inn í félögunum sjálfum. Ég veit að samböndin eru að gera þetta, við erum allavega búin að vera í mikilli vinnu með þetta hjá KSÍ og erum að uppfara okkar stefnumótun og svo afreksstefnu líka. Þannig að við bara vonumst til þess að fleiri þá geti leita til okkar og við getum aðstofað ef áþarf að halda og erum tilbúin til þess. Þannig að þetta er eitt af því sem ég tel að sé mikilvægast í þessu. Það er að stefna hvers félag sé skýr og allir sé að vinna í sömu átt og þetta er sama með þá innan hvers félags að sjá til þess að krakkarnir geti stunda fleiri en eina íþrótt, jafnvel fleiri en 2. Þannig að þetta er alltaf þetta sjálfboðaliðinn, hann þarf að taka ansi margt á sig. Þannig að gjörðu svo vel.
Er þetta ekki bara hárrétt? Ég held að sé samt líka mikilvægt ef maður er að vinna inn í félagi að maður horfir svolítið í spegilinn og velti fyrir sér hvað kem ég með inn í félagi mitt. Af því það er til svona klisjusetning sem er samt mjög sönn sem segir að menning hún tætir í sig alla stefnur. Þannig ef að menningin inn í andrúmsloftinu er ekki uppbyggileg og hún er ekki sönn, það er ekki samtal, það er ekki vinátta, að þá mun stefnan að öllum líkindum ekki dafna. Þannig að það þarf hver og einn að axla sína eigin ábyrgð sinni framkomu og samvinnu við aðra í félaginu.
Já, ég er nú sammála svolítið en það er til dæmis eitt að oft hefur verið að tala um afreksstefnu og þá er svona næsta, já við höfum afreksæfingar og við vitum og það kom hérna fram að við erum bara mjög lélegir í átt okkur á því hverjir verða framúrskarandi. Við getum ekkert séð það 15 ára, það er kannski svona 1 og 1 sem er augljóst að gæti orðið það en við erum léleg. Þannig að allavega fram að kannski 16 ára aldri að þá séu þess að afreksæfingar fyrir þá sem að hafa áhuga og eru duglegir. Allavega ef þetta eru svona einstaklingsmiðaðar æfingar að sá sem að er bara ofboðslega áhugasamur, hann má líka mæta. Ekki bara þeir bestu. Því annars erum við þá aftur í þessu labeling, þú veist, það ætti að geta nýst sem flestum. Svo á einhverju tímabúndu þetta breytist þetta og það oft þegar það kemur upp í meistaraflokk en það eða annar flokk kannski en það misjafnt eftir íþróttagreinum.
Já, finnst þér?
Mér finnst það að vera skipulag af fólki sem kann sem sagt hvernig á að gera þetta og það var það sem ég sagði áðan í sambandi við menntun þjálfara og menntun stjórnenda í félögum og að það væri einhvers konar svona samrænd stefna í félögum á Íslandi sem væri til fyrirmyndar sem myndi leggja aðal áherslu á félagslega og andlega heilsu ungmenna og síðan kemur árangurinn bara að sjálfu sér sko og hann kemur bara þegar það kemur hvort sem viðkomandi verður íþróttamaður eða kona, dómari, leiðtogi eða bara góð manneskja. Þannig að þá erum við bara að vinna með lýðheilsu og almenningsíþróttir líka á sama tíma og við erum að vinna með afrekið. Og þetta ekkert annað en að við viljum að kennararnir í skólanum séu kennarar. Af því að þeir menntaði kennarar og vita hvernig við að kenna börnunum okkar. Þá viljum við líka að þjálfararnir séu góðir og ég held að þjálfarar á Íslandi séu mjög góðir. En það sem sagt hægt að bæta það og leggja grunninn að vandamálinu. Hver rótin? Rótin félagslegt umhverfi og andleg heilsa. Vegna þess að þá vera skylda hvers íslensk þjálfara að tala við viðkomandi þegar hún settur á bekkinn. Og ég kemur úr íþróttagreinum það sem ekki settur á bekkinn. Vegna þess að það bara einstaklega íþróttagrein en þegar þú ert settur á bekkinn og til dæmis var sagt við son minn út í Svíþjóð að hann ætti ekki að spyrja af hverju, hann ætti bara að æfa meira. Þá erum við komin út í tóma vitleysu. Og hvað gerist? 95% af öllum hans kunningjum, hann er 20 í dag, eru hættir. Af hverju? Út af svona, í flestu tilfellum út af ykkur svona. Því miður. Og við höfum ekki látið þetta gerast hér.
En nú eru til dæmis mörg félög með nokkra deildir og krakkar eru að æfa með 2 eða 3 íþróttir og þess aftar. Alla deildirnar eru með svona sína eigin afreksstefnu í raun og veru en svo eru afreksstefnuna kannski milli deilda ekki að tala saman. Ættu íþróttafélög að reyna að setja einhverja, ég ætla ekki að segja námskráin, setja einhverja svona línu þannig að deildirnar séu svolítið samtaka því þá græðu þau öll meira á íþróttafólkinu.
Má ég taka þetta?
Já.
Já, vegna þess að ef þú ert með íþróttafélag sem er með kannski 7 deildir eða 10 deildir hugsið ykkur hvað svona ofboðsleg þekking er í hverju deild og líka í félaginu. Og það er kannski einhver þrælmenntaður maður í líkamlegri þjálfun og annar í einhverju andlegri, hann er kannski bara að vinna fyrir eina deild. Auðvitað er þetta misjafnt eftir félagum hvernig þetta er. En mér finnst þetta að vera, það er líka að spara fullt af fjármagni hana. Það er það að vera, ég er að koma úr sveitafélag út í Svíþjóð sem er rosalega gott í þessu. Og þar voru til dæmis mánaðarlegu fundir á svæðinu, þar sem voru einmitt 7 íþróttagreinar í sambandi við það að bera virðingu fyrir hvort öðru og vinna saman. Og við gerðum það og það kom alveg hrikalega flott út. Þannig að mér finnst að það er hægt að hagræða í rekstrið, það er hægt að hafa meira gaman af þessu, það er hægt að skilja hvor aðra betur frá íþrótt til íþróttar, bera virðingu fyrir hvort öðru og ná alveg dúndur árangri. Ég hef alveg ofboðslega trú á þessari nálgun.
Mér vil kannski bæta við þetta því að ég þekki það líka vel að stýra íþróttafélagi og þetta eru sjálfboðaliðar og mjög oft kemur svona hugmyndir einhvers konar afreksvæðingu eða afreksstefnu eða eitthvað að fá fólki sem er í stjórnum íþróttafélagana sem er fólk sem hefur ekki sérþekkingu á efninu en vill gera vel og það svona og já, er líka það er líka að reka þetta kostar ógeðslega mikið og afreksvæðingin er kannski hugsuð þá get ég selt fleiri leikmenn, það er auðveldara að reka það er alls konar svona faktorar sem koma inn í þetta og það er fólkið sem stýrir félagunum, það eru sjálfboðaliðar sem að rosa duglegt fólk og hversu mikið getum við ætlast til af þeim og það er það fólk sem ræður þjálfaran í vinnu og rekur þá. Þannig að þetta er líka pínu flókið út af þessu.
Sjálfsög.
Við vorum með, í nóvember síðastliðnum, þá fórum við að stað með svona vinnustofu, 2 daga vinnustofu með FIFA, varðandi hvernig við myndum auka faglegheit inn í félögunum innan KSÍ. Þar var einmitt verið að tala um þetta sem Hafrún að nefna, að sjálfboðaliðin ofta að taka risastórar ákvarðanir, sjálfboðalið sem oft kosin til 1 árs. Það engin svona framtíðarsýn. Gefst kannski upp eftir 6 mánuði og hugsa bara þá ég nenni sig ekki, ég hætti bara eftir 6 mánuði. Skiljið hvað að fara. Þannig að þarna vorum við að reyna að fá fólk til að hugsa þetta þannig að það starfsfólk innan félagana, það eru núna eins og í fótboltanum, það að aukast starfsheiti sem kallast yfirmaður knattspyrnumála sem á að vera að horfa til lengri tíma heldur ekki bara úrslit leiks á laugardegi og svo ekkert meir en það. Þannig að þetta var frábærlega vel heppnað. Veit ekki hvort að þetta ágætta fólk sem þarna satt takit allt saman með sér og hvort að þetta verði breytin til batnar en við erum þó allavega að reyna og þetta vonandi skila sér til framtíðar. Þannig að ég er sammála því að þetta nákvæmlega málið að það því miður oft á tíðum þannig að foreldrar koma inn og ætla sér að breyta öllu og taka stórar ákvarðanir sem að oft á tíðum skila ansi litlu.
Herðu, landsbyggðin. Hvernig hægt að styðja betur við efnilegt íþróttafólk á landsbyggðinni sem hefur ekki tækifæri í heimabyggðinni og svona íþróttastarf á minni svæðum?
Yfir til þín vissi.
Já, þetta það náttúrulega komin í þessi nýja svæðaskiptingu, það gengur út á það að íþróttahéruðin sem hafa kannski að mörguleyti verið í vissri tilvistakreppu út af bara þróun þjóðfélagsins. Það eru flesti komin inn á höfuðborgarsvæðið og mjög litli staðir út á landi. Þá gengur það út á að mennta þjálfar út á landi, vera í tengingu við krakka, foreldra og gera nákvæmlega sama og gert á höfuðborgarsvæðinu í tengingu við þessi svæði. Síðan ég inn á því að krakkarnir fá að vera heima í heimahéraði eins lengi og hægt vegna þess að það búið að gera rannsóknir á því að þau vilja það og það kom líka fram hérna áðan. Þess vegna finnst mér það ekki að skipta máli á Íslandi hvort þú býrð út á landi eða hvort þú ert hérna á höfuðborgarsvæðinu að þú getur fengið fagþjónustu í gegnum íþróttahreyfinguna og það sem sagt verið að vinna í því núna í samvinnu við sveitarfélögin og þessi svæði og skólakerfið. Sjá til þess að afreiðsbrautir út á landi séu góðar með fagmenntuðu fólki. Þannig að ég held að það séu mjög mikið sóknarfæri þarna.
Já, ég er sammála því. Ég held að við séum með sæðistöðar í íþróttahéraðana sem svona mesta sóknarfæri sem maður hefur séð í langan tíma til þess að tryggja það að börn alls staðar á landinu hafi tækifæri á að fá sömu þjónustu. Og það er bara frábært og veri gaman að sjá okkur öll einhvern veginn svona leggja okkar á mörkum við það að reyna að styðja við að það náði fram að ganga að við getum í sameiningu sem hreyfing hjálpa staðið að styðja öll börn af því að þau öll skilja að fá tækifæri.
Glimti einu þannig líka í sambandi við þetta að það hvatasjóður í sambandi við fatlað og krakka af erlendum uppruna mjög mikið vægt líka. 4% af krökkum undir 20 ára á Íslandi sem eru fötluð sem eru í íþróttum. Þess vegna kom allir með verkefni á laggirnar og þessir hópar mjög mikilvægir að fá það inn í þjóðfélagi okkar, fá inn í félögin okkar og þau fái þá fagþjónustu sem þau þurfa.
Vésteinn, það önnur spurning til þín, eða spurning til þín. Samræmast þær upplýsingar sem komið fram hérna í dag þeirri stefnu sem þú ert með í huga fyrir afreksumhverfi á Íslandi á næstu árum?
Já, að gera það algjörlega vegna þess að ég er búinn að vera þjálfari út í heimi og síðan kem ég heim og að búa til með öllu því fólki og allri hreyfingunni þessa nýju umgjör í sambandi við afreksíþróttir sem tengir síðan út í félögin og deildirnar og svæðin og skólakerfið og atvinnulífið og svo framvegis þannig að við séum öll vinna í þessu saman, ríki og sveitarfélögin og íþróttahreyfingin. Og allt sem hefur komið hérna fram byggist meir og minna allt á rannsóknum og þess vegna stemmir þetta alveg á miða við þá nálgun sem ég er með og það sem ég hef verið að tala vegna sem ég byggið á rannsóknum.
Ok, ég ætla að grípa þetta hérna því að hér er önnur spurning, auðvelt að segjast vilja vinna eftir rannsóknum en hvaða skref ætlum við að taka, hvernig ætlum við að styðja betur við umhverfið og hvað getum við gert strax?
Þetta til mín.
Já, bara meðal annars. bara greip þessa rannsóknarsetningu þína.
Já, sko þessi vinna bara í gangi og búin að vera í gangi í 1,5 ár og við erum að fara að innleiða núna það sem við kallum Afreksmiðstöð Íslands og á alþjóðlegu máli Tíma Íslands sem gera það verkum að það stjórnstöð sem stjórnar afreksíþróttum út í landið og á svæðinu hér og inn í þessum pakka er ansi mikið og það vinna með félögin, vinna með deildirna, vinna með sérsambandunum í gegnum sérsambandunum út í hreyfinguna, út í svæðin og út í afreksbraut í framhaldsskólana og fyrst og fremst bara að fagmennska sé í fyrirrúmi og sé unnið eftir rannsóknum og þeim fylgt. Þannig að þeir sem ekki að fara eftir því sem gert alþjóðlega og að við séum ekki heldur að herma eftir eins og ég var rosalega ánægður með því Jörundur að þú ert að fá pressu frá sko FIFA og UEFA að fara lengra niður í aldur og þú styður það ekki. Mér finnst það flott. Vegna þess að við hér eins og ég segi, við erum ekki gamaldags þjóðfélag einhvers staðar hér á veðaraldar, við erum nýtískulegt þjóðfélag. Þá erum við að leiða þessa vinnu.
Já, ég myndi halda það sem að verum, að því að spurningin átti svona svolítið við daginn í dag, eða ekki, skildi ég ekki rétt. Að þá held ég að það sem nauðsynlegast í íþróttasamfélaginu okkar í dag að tryggja það að sérsamböndin okkar haldi lífi og nái andanum og geti haldið áfram að þróa sig í átt að nútíma og framtíðar sín sem að snýra því að innleiða rannsóknar niðurstöður inn í alla sína vinnu. Það eru sérsamböndir sem að ráða landsliðsþjálfarana, það eru sérsamböndir sem að þurfa að tryggja menntun þjálfara á gólfinu. Þannig að það mitt svar, þið veitir alltaf hvaðan ég kem, en það að styðja við sérsamböndin.
Scrambling there. Herðu, Jöri, ég ætla að fara aðeins á þig. Í mörgum íþróttafélögum virðist knattspyrna ekki vilja fækka æfingum eða hafa æfingar ekki á sama tíma aðra greinar. Hvernig lögum við hugafærið þarna?
Það þetta með að félögin móti sér bara sína stefnu í þessu. Það undir félögunum komið að hafa þetta í lagi og ég nú þó nokkuð síðan að ég var inn í félagi en ég veit ekki alveg sko hvort að samtali sé gott innan hvers félags, þar að segja milli deilda. Nú eru konir íþróttastjórar í mörg félög sem eiga að halda utan skipulag og sjá til þess að krakkarnir geti æft fleiri en eina íþróttagrein og jafnvel fleiri en 2. Þannig að auðvitað það þannig að fótboltinn fyrirferðar mikill, við vitum það alveg og gerum okkur grein fyrir því en það ekki þar með sagt að það sé ekki hægt að samræma fótboltan með öðrum greinum. Rannsóknir Vésteins segja okkur það að þetta skýla sér allt saman.
Ég búin að gleyma spurningun, ég stundum bara að feita út sko.
Ég sá svipin að þér, ég að lesa alla spurningarnar, ég ekki hugmynd hvað ég var að spyrja.
Var þetta ekki eitthvað rannsókn?
Knattspyrnu að þeir ætti að kannski vera tillitssamari.
Já, ég ætla ekki að svara fyrir knattspyrnuna. En ég held þetta, þú veist, svona bara, og ekkert bara fótbolta, bara að því það líka alveg ofurmetnaðfullir handboltaþjálfarar og körfuboltaþjálfarar og allt þetta, að bara fá þjálfarana til að skilja að það best fyrir börnin að vera í mörgu og það mun ekki vera einhvers konar do or die fyrir þeirra feril í hvaða íþrótt sem hvort að æfi handbolta eða fótbolta eða körfubolta eða eitthvað 2 sinnum í viku eða 3 sinnum í viku eða 4 sinnum í viku þau er 12 ára. Þannig ég held að það sé bara þessi skilningur og svo þessi pressa á að vinna eða skila titlum, það þú veist náttúrulega ítir undir þetta.
Eða bara að við bara munum að fimleikar besti grunnur fyrir allar íþróttir. Það eru allir velkomnir í fimleikar.
Þetta eru 3-4 tíma æfingar alla daga.
Við hitum allavega ekki upp í fótbolta.
Eitt sem mér langar til að nefna því að við erum að taka hana dag saman. Það sem að sló mig í dag, það var vídeó af buguðum norskum drengjum á leið í landsliðsumhverfi og ég vona að þið trúið þér í segjum, þetta ekki svoleiðis hjá okkur. Ég veit ekki hverjir að í fyrsta lagi að varpa þessu inn á netið þegar þeir kannski eru búin að greina vídeóið því að við viljum að krakkarnir sem koma inn í landsliðsumhverfi okkur upplifi það að þetta sé faglegt að sjálfsögðu en þetta á líka að vera gaman og það má gera mistök. Það alveg gríðarlega mikilvægt að krakkarnir upplifi það að það engin dæmdur af einhverjum mistökum. Auðvitað viljum við fækka þeim og allt það, en við erum heldur ekki að stíga á krakka sem að komin í okkur umhverfi leið og þau gera mistök. Ég búin að vera það lengi í þessu, ég held ég sé að nálgast 200 landslíki sem þjálfari. Ég held ég hafa aldrei valið í landslið út frá einhverjum mistökum á æfingu eða einhverju slíku. Það lengri tími sem fer í það að meta það hvort að viðkomandi getur spila fyrir landsliðið eða ekki. Þannig að þetta kannski súmerar upp þá stöðu sem í Noregi að norska karlalandslið hefur ekki komist á stórmót síðan 2000. Þannig að ég sá þarna framtíðarlandslið Noregs að þetta lítur bara vel út fyrir okkur.
Ok, svo það eru svona nokkra spurningar sem snúa svona hvernig getum við auðvelda krökkum að stunda fleiri en eina íþrótt, því það oft pressa að velja fyrir 16 ára aldur og einnig að það bara hreinlega kostar svo mikið að vera í mörgum íþróttagreinum. Hvernig var að ræða það?
Sko, mér finnst vel aðeins búin að ræða hana með mörgu íþróttirnar, en ég svolítið hissa bara að það hafi ekki komið upp einhvern veginn fyrir dag hvað það kostar mikið að æfa.
5 leikar eru dýrastir.
Hvað sagðirðu?
5 leikar eru dýrastir.
Herðu, ég gerði könnun og þegar þú tekur allt með í pakkan, þá var fótboltinn dýrastur. Nei, en þetta orðið rosalega dýrt. Það eru náttúrulega hvatapeningar og mismunandi eftir sveitafélögum og það sem sagt lykilorðið mitt í þessu. Ég held að íþróttahreyfingin þurfi að efla samstarf sitt með leiðtogum íþróttahreyfingarinnar við sveitafélögin og fara að læra þess af menningunni og tónlistinu og þar, út af því að það mikið af peningum sem að flæði gegnum eins og til dæmis einhverjir tónlistakennarar og svoleiðis sem við ættum að sameinast og nota aflið í að vera með sömu rödd og reyna að herja á að einhverju þjálfarar til dæmis gæti verið greiddir af sveitafélögunum og þannig myndum við lækka kostnaðinn og fara svo að ég sem að fara bara í pólitík, þetta ekki eitthvað svona pólitík?
Bara hissa og sért ekki byrjað, sko.
Rauði jakkin einhver svona indicator?
Það minnur ykkur sælaðina.
Ég sammála Sólvíð þessu vegna þess að þetta fjármagn sem við erum að reyna að fá inn núna í fjármálaáætlun ríkisstjórnarinnar að það fer inn í sérsamböndin og í að vinna þá vinnu sem þarf að gera í sambandi við það. Síðan fer þetta þegar kemur að því að gera þetta sem við vorum að tala hérna ég sammála að það þarf að herja á sveitafélögin mörg að gera frábæra hluti í sambandi við mannvirki og annað, en það þarf samræmda sveitarstjórnarstefnu hér á Íslandi í sambandi við hvernig maður vinnur að íþróttamálum og reyna að vinna saman og vera góð í því að maður getur unnið saman þó sem keppinautur. Við getum alveg unnið saman í sambandi við hagræðingu og annað vegna þess að við erum að átta okkur á því að við erum langt hérna út í Atlantshafi, við erum rosalega fá, þannig að innkoma á leikjum og mótum mjög lítil og það það sem skilur okkur frá öðrum löndum. Það eru 40 sinnum fleiri sem búa í Hollandi og pínulítið land og svo hoppaði upp í rútu og keyra til Þýskaland. Þannig að á hvert fótboltaleik í Stokkólmi til þess að koma 30.000 manns á hvert fótboltaleik. Þannig að innkomin engin og það gerir það verkum að þetta miklu erfiðara hér og þá verða þeir aðilar sem stjórna þessu, sem sagt alþingismenn og konungur, ríkisstjórn og sveitarfélögin að koma inn með fjármagn á móti atvinnulífinu.
Ok, ég ætla að taka smá litla skápi. Nú farið að halla undan fæti í hreyfingunni innan skólakerfisins. Hvernig getum við stutt skóla í að stuðla aukinni hreyfingu og íþróttaiðkun, svona leikfimiss tengt og þess aftar?
Fjölga íþróttatímum. Hafandi verið kennari í 20 og eitthvað ár í íþróttakennslu þá eins og kom hérna framhaldi í morgun þá það eina greini sem kannski hefur ekki fengið eitthvað fleiri tíma eða mínútur. Þannig að auðvitað eigum við að fjölga íþróttatímum í skólakerfinu. Við eigum að vera með hreyfingu á hverjum degi. Hún getur verið fjölbreytt og fyrir mér það bara no-brainer. Það var bara að kýla það í gegn. Viðsteinn, yfir þín.
Já, þetta bara spurningum að hitta þetta fólk sem stjórnar. Hvort sem það á vegum ríkisins eða sveitarfélagana eða í skólakerfinu. Og þau þurfa að fá þessa mentor sem við erum að tala líka. Alveg eins og stjórnarmenn og konur í félögum. eða sérsamöndum, að við þurfum bara öll að hækka okkar grunnkunnáttu á hvað heilsa andleg og líkamleg heilsa og þá öllum þeim peningum sem varið í það að koma í veg fyrir að fleiri fari í sjúkdóma hvort þeir eru andlegir eða líkamlegir því þeim peningum vel varið og íþróttahreyfingin langt best til þess að taka þetta áfram í þjóðfélaginu með ráðamönnum og konum þjóðarinnar. Ég búinn að vera dálítið duglegur að tala við þetta fólk undanfarið 1,5 ár og eftir því sem maður talar oftar við þau þetta því meiri skilningur. Þannig að þetta gengur út á það.
Ég sammála að gjöra. Það íþrótta leikfimi tímar. Þetta heita leikfimi tímar. Þetta líka bara hreyfiþroski og svoleiðis. Þetta ekki bara íþróttir.
Eins og staðan núna þetta 3 tímar á viku, 2 tímar í íþróttasal og 1 í sundi.
Já, eða þá bara mæta í gymmið. Það
maður fór út í göngutúr, það má gera.
Nei, ég að segja að sumir ekki einu sinni með skipulaða íþróttatíma eða leikfimitíma. Og við þurfum að
það á náttúrulega ekki að vera þannig því að
ég veit
námskrá á það.
Ég veit það. En við þurfum að það þarf að efla leikfimi í skólum.
Ekki að kalla þetta leikfimi.
Mest leikfimi gott orð.
Leikfimiskennari.
En ég ætla að vera sammála þeim og það líka fullt af starffræði sem hægt að kenna úti í íþróttum og það alls konar hægt að samþætta inn í námsgreinina leikfimi og ert þú ekki að vinna í ráðuneytinu? Sko? Check.
En ég ætla að segja, ég fekk hann Erling Richardsson til mín í hlaðvarpi, Klefinn, og hann fór að tala leikfimikennslu og við þurftum að efla leikfimikennslu, þetta var orðið svolítið mikið dúlleri og svona og hann orðaði það kannski ekki þannig en allt í lagi. En 2 dögum seinna satt ég á fundi með bæjarstjóra Hafnarfjarðar og sagði, heyrðu, þú þorðir að taka símann úr skólum og nú fyrir við að laga leikfimi. Þannig að við erum í samtali það allavega í Hafnarfirði. En varst þú með spurningu?
Já, þetta frábæra spurningar. Ég hafandi verið kennari í framhaldsskóla og bæði fyrir og eftir þessa styttingu að þá var þessi stytting algjör katastrófa. Sérstaklega fyrir þessa krakkar sem að vilja stunda íþróttir og vera í einhverjum tómstundum að þá þetta bara því miður staðan og ég held að ég er ekki með einhverja rannsóknir á bakvið mig en ég held að ég sé að lesa leikinn þannig, hafandi bara verið inn í skóla og verandi sjálfur með börn inn í þessu kerfi, afrekskrakka, landslískrakka sem að hafa verið mikið frá vegna íþróttaiðkunar, þá skiptir máli þessi mikil sveigjanleiki í þessu og það var hér einhvern tíman pælingvarandi samþættingu afreksíþrótta og skóla. Þetta brýnasta verkefni hans Vésteins, að mínu mati, því að kostar kannski ekki rosalega mikla peninga en þarna þarf að eiga sér eins og við erum alltaf að tala eitthvað samtal og við hjá KSÍ fórum að stað hér fyrir nokkrum árum og byrjuðum með landsliðsæfingar á virkum dögum. Það var allt brjálað og ennþá allt brjálað en þetta einhvern veginn virkar og þetta ekkert svona mikið mál. Við erum með krakkar sem í leiklist og fara í mánuði burtu í æfingar hjá Þjóðleikhúsinu, það ekkert vandamál en leið og þú ferð á æfingu, hvort það fótbolti eða handbolti eða fimleikar, reynum að tvinna þetta saman og þá ég sérstaklega að tala eins og með framhaldsskólan því að grunnskólinn það ekkert vesen. Það eru 10-15 starfsdagar á ári og þetta ekkert mál. Ég alveg búinn að átta mig á þessu og þarna verðum við bara líka að vera alveg heiðarlega við okkur og bara segja bara hlutina eins og þeir eru. Því ef við ætlum að ná ennþá meira árangri þá verður þetta að vera í lagi.
Mér langar að bæta við þetta að því að þessi krakkar sem eru mjög góðir í íþróttum, þau eru oft mjög metnaðarfull og líka í skóla og þau geta valið sér áfangakerfi og tekið framhaldsskólan á 4 árum. Þau geta líka komið í háskóla og ekki tekið BS-próf á 3 árum heldur en 5 eða 4 eða eitthvað svoleiðis. Og ég myndi alltaf mæla með því. Það breytir ekkit öllu hvort að þú komir út á vinnumarkað 25 ára eða 27 ára. Þú átt hvort 40 ár þarna eftir. Þannig að hvort þú sért verkfræðingur 38 ára eða 40, ég ekki alveg viss að það breytir lífiðinu. En við þurfum kannski líka, þetta snýstum bara líka svona láta þau að slaka á í metnaðargirninni, sko. Þú veist, þú þarft ekki, þetta ekki allir en þetta eru margir, þú þarft ekki að gera allt á 3 árum og svo háskólanám á 3 árum og eitthvað, bara kenna þeim að þú getur farið, þú getur fengið námsráðgjafana til að raða þessu upp yfir lengri tíma og hvetja þau til þess út frá þeirra bara geðheilsu, ekki bara árangri.
Sko, þegar ég flutti til Svíþjóðar, þá skildi ég aldrei eitt í þess að krakkar voru að hætta í íþróttum þegar þú voru að fara í menntaskóla. Ég áttaði mig ekkert á því. Hvernig, er þetta einhverju aumingjar hérna í Svíþjóðar með Ísland? Ég skildi þetta bara ekki. Og það var út af, ég er búin að átta mig á því þá í gegnum árin sem búa þannig 40 ára, að það er út af 3 ára námi. Það var 4 ár hér. Þannig ég var alveg ofboðslega sorgmæddur þegar þessu var breytt hér. En þegar þú tekur það á þegar ég var í MH hérna í gamla daga, þá var ég að æfa og svo var ég í skóla. Núna eru krakkar að æfa, þau eru í skóla sem er 1 ári styttri, þau eru að vinna mörg og svo er besti vinur okkar komin borð, sko, nóg að gera. Þannig að stressið á krokkum í dag á meðan þegar ég var á menntaskólaaldri, þú getur ekki borið það saman. Og þetta umhverfi er því miður ekki nógu gott og þá vitnaði ég bara í Viðar Halldórsson í sambandi við hans rannsóknir á félagslegu umhverfi barna og unglinga á Íslandi, það er bara ekki nógu gott og leiðir þetta bara til andlega vanheilsu út af stressi. Og þetta er ekki gott fyrir íþróttir, þau hafa ekki tíma til þess að nærast, þau hafa ekki tíma til þess að sofa, þau sofa illa, þau sofa lítið, þau hvíla sig aldrei. Hvað leiðir það til? Meiðsla, andlega vanheilsu, þá þurfa að fara í meðhöndlun í stæðan fyrir að koma í veg fyrir vandamálið. Og þá er eitt af þessu, við þurfum að stjórna því íþróttahreyfingin að sjá til þess með kannski menningunni að breyta þessu aftur. Og allavega með þá sem eru í einhvers konar svona umgjörð, þannig að þau geti farið í gegnum þetta og lifa þetta af. Og svo náttúrulega var ég mjög hissa á því líka að þegar ég kom að þetta sé ekki betri í skólakerfinu en það er í sambandi við hliðrun í námi þegar fólk er að ná í ólympíugull eða hvað það er út í heimi fyrir skilur okkar fólk. Ég þjálfaði ólympíumeistara, hann fór í gegnum nám alþjóðlega markaðsvirði á 10 árum og hann féll aldrei á prófi. Akkur ættu við ekki að geta gert það hér? Jú, samræmt stefna í skólakerfinu, í háskólakerfinu, í framhaldsskólakerfinu, í sambandi við hliðrun í námi fyrir fólk sem er að bera okkar hróður erlendis á stórmótum, hvort sem það er í unglingaflokki eða fullorðinsflokki. Það er bara sjálfsagt mál. Við erum búin að fara inn í háskólana, við erum búin að fara inn í framhaldsskólana, við þurfum að fara oft, við þurfum að fá allum borð, þetta tekur tíma, tekur 10 ár.
Já. Kottu með það. Þú voru að tala mjög hátt.
Hvað heitirðu?
Það er einhverjir að hlusta heima. Sorry, ég átti að hlaupa strax.
Þetta er miklu betra. Það er svona stutt eftir kosningar, þá er hugsa ég oft til hreyfingarinnar, íþróttarhreyfingarinnar í heild sinni. Hvað við erum óbúslega slök sem heild, sem eining að þrýsta á einhverja breytingar. Og ég veit að Vésteinn núna hafa bent á hérna áðan starfsmaður ráðuneytisins, hann á að breyta leikfimitímanum, hann á að breyta skólakerfinu, hann á að safna peningum. Á meðan heyrist ekkert frá okkur sem heild eða sem hreyfingu. Við kannski á HSI böblum eitthvað í einu horninu og erum að rífast eitthvað, femleikasambandið einhvers annar staðar, en við sem heild erum bara alveg óbúslega döpur. Á meðan menningin einhvern veginn sem heild nær í 20, 21, 2 miljardar frá ríkinu meðan við erum að berjast einhvern 1 miljard. Þar megum við gera mikið betur og því að það eru svo margir áhrifamenn þá vildi ég koma þessu á framfæri. Hitt varðandi afrekskrakkana og íþróttirnar. Einhvern veginn getum við líka sem heild gert svo mikið betur í að koma því til þeirra að við þurfum ekki að flýta okkur svona mikið. Að við gerum það, komið þannig frá okkur að það sé eðlilegt að meðan þú ert afreksmaður í íþróttum þá þurfum við ekki að taka framhaldsskólann á 3 árum. Og ég held að út frá þessari ráðstefnu þá eigum við einhvern veginn að koma okkur saman og að hittast oftar og tala sem ein heild. Annars takk fyrir mjög góðan dag.
Þurfum að klappa fyrir þessu. Þannig að við erum að stofna byltingu. Hvað segir Sólveig, vilt þú byrja?
Já, ég svo þeir sem að þekkja mig í íþróttahreyfingu þá ég sem sagt mjög ofta að segja þetta. Bara gerum þetta saman. Ef við erum með röddin okkar saman þá verðum við miklu sterkara afl og við erum svona að reyna að vinna meira saman en við höfum gert í gegnum árin. Þannig að þetta allt, þú ert velkomin með. Þannig það verður gott. Nei, sko ég bara þannig að þið veitið að ég ekki að vinna hjá þeir sem stýra, ég vinn ekki hjá ISI, en ég sammála þér, við þurfum að gera betur og ef við gerum það sem eining þá verðum við miklu öflugri. Og mér langaði að spyrja þig hvað þér finnst, af því að eins og með að normalisera ef þú ert afreksmaður í íþróttum og taka menntaskólan á 4 árum, hefur einhver tilfinningu fyrir því, gæti það ekki líka verið foreldrafræðsla? Af því ég hef alveg stundum líka upplifað metna foreldra þegar kemur að námi alveg eins og að vera góður í íþróttum. Og kannski það líka svona fræðsla sem þarf að fara inn á heimilið til að styðja betur við krakkana sem í þessari ákvarðanatöku.
Já, ég svara þessu.
Hvað finnst þér?
Jú, auðvitað þetta partur að því að við þurfum að eiga þetta samtal við foreldrana líka og ég held í flestum tilfellum séu foreldrar afrekskrakkana okkar mjög meðvituð þetta og séu sömu línu. En heilt yfir, og það er svona að það var að vera að benda á Véstein áðan, sko, við, og ég kem aftur að því, við sem heild getum gert svo mikið betur en við erum að gera sem einstakar sambönd eða þá að benda okkur einstaklinga. Varðandi þetta skólamál, þessi skólamál, ég upplifði bara sjálfur sem þá landsliðsþjálfari kvenna og búin að vera á stórmótinu núna í desember í 2 ár að það er gríðarleg pressa á þessum stelpum sem eru í sínu háskólanámi að færa til próf eða að taka próf á sama tíma og þær eru á stórmóti. Og þetta er bara hluti sem að þarf að laga og þarf að breyta, en það er þá viðhorfum líka að það sé eðlilegt að þú sem afreksmaður eða afrekskona sért ekki á sama hraða eða sömu yfirferð og aðrir sem eru ekki afreksmenn. Að við viðurkennum tíman sem fer í það að verða afreksmaður og virðum hann. Annars ég nú ekki í pallborðinu, ég vildi bara koma þess að.
Ég get aðeins tekið þetta því að ég nú vinn í háskóla og við íþróttafræðideildin erum náttúrulega fullt af krökkum, afreksíþróttakrökkum og höfum verið með og það var nú eina ástæðan fyrir því að við byggum til afrekshóp innan íþróttafræðideildarinnar sem að þú getur bara sótt það að vera í afrekshóp eins og bara sækjum sér úrræði í námi bara eins og verið lesblindur eða eitthvað slíkt sko. Og það eru svona ákveðnar reglur sem að fylgja og ég meina við viljum samt halda sömu kröfum á þessum krökkum til að þau sé ekki að fá okkar kókópöfs próf og við erum tilbúin að gera mjög margt fyrir þau en við þurfum að vita það í tíma og ég hef svo oft búin að segja við þessa krakka ekki betra að þú takir bara færri kursa og takir þetta bara yfir lengri tíma og ég myndi segja í svona 80-90% tilfella finnst þeim það vond hugmynd sem að mér finnst frábær hugmynd og það akkurat þetta sem að er að segja að við þurfum að svona segja þeim að ef þú ætlar að vera afreksíþróttum þá tekur þú bara skólan aðeins lengri tíma því að þau vilja einhvern veginn afreka þar líka. Nú þessar reglur að þú getur sótt sem afreksíþróttamaður sérúrræði námi komið yfir í allan skólan og við höfum lent aðeins í vandræðum með þá við erum að fínpúsa þetta. En það snýst líka að hafa smá fyrirsjáanleika fyrir skólan og ég held að ef við myndum bara tala aðeins betur saman þetta, hvað við þurfum, hvað upplýsingar við þurfum til að geta komist til móts við og hvað skiptir máli fyrir íþróttahreyfinguna. Ég og Addi ætlum allavega að hittast út af þessu, en þú veist, þetta úrræði komið hingað, en ég bara held að íþróttahreyfingin veit ekki almennilega af því og hvað þarf til og við þurfum kannski að gera betur við í HR með það.
Ég held að þetta þurfa að fara í framhaldsskólan líka því að það þarf að koma þessum skilningi inn til kennarana því að kennararnir eru yfirleitt mesta hindrun í þessu þegar að krakkarnir eru að fara að keppa með landsliðum eða félagsliðum eða landslýsæfingar eitthvað slíkt, þá það kennararnir sem hafa 0 áhuga á íþróttum sem að hindra þetta og þarna þarf að vera svolítið kannski skýrt hvernig verklagi innan hver skóla. Auðvitað það líka verra að eiga við þetta inn í bekkjakerfi. Fjölbrautaskólarnir eru náttúrulega með kannski meiri sveigjanleika, þannig að kannski það líka fyrir krakka sem að velja sér skóla, að þau velji þá skóla sem með þetta, það eru skóla sem að bjóða upp á afreksbrautir eða hvað þetta nú heitir allt saman, og ef þú ætlar að ná langt sem íþróttamaður eða kona, þá velur kannski þann skóla frekar heldur en að fara í bekkjaskóla. Og svo í góðu samtali við kennara og námsráðgjafa og allt slíkt til þess að þetta gangi upp. Þannig held ég að samtali þurfa að eiga sér stað. Þannig að kennararnir eru lykilaðilar í þessu. Það er bara klárt mál.
Nú erum við alveg að vera búin, en ég ætla aðeins að grípa hann sem Addi sagði því að ég fekk stjórnmálaflokkana í hlaðvarpið mitt til þess að ræða íþróttir og sjá svona hvað...
Ertu með hlaðvarp?
Já, ég er samt bara búin að segja það tvisvar, sko. Þetta klefinn. Nei, en ég fekk þau til að koma og Ásmundur, hann mitt sagði þetta, bæði on camera og off camera, að íþróttahreyfingin, hún væri bara svo stillt, að þú veist, það væri bara auðvelt að eiga við okkur og þess aftar, hann var alveg að reyna að hvetja okkur til þess að standa meiri saman, vera með meiri læti, minna meiri á okkur og þið sjáu, þú veist, þegar kvikmyndasjóðir þegar við vorum að fara að fá eitthvað, þá allt í einu var Kormákur og Baltasar Kormákur komið með einhverja svaka grein og einhver nöfn með sér, þannig að bara daginn eftir að við fengum 600 milljónir, fengum þau 200 milljónir, og svo bara strax daginn eftir það, þá voru þau farin að stað með næstu herferð. Þannig að við klálega þurfum að vera kannski standa meira saman í þessu, en svo fannst mér líka áhugavert og þegar það komið svo nýjir ráðherrar og það tilkynnt klukkan 3, klukkan 7 ég búin að tala við næstu því alla ráðherrarna því ég vildi fá að vita hver með íþróttamál og það vissi það enginn, bara enginn. Nema að Ásta Lóa, hún svaraði, já, sæl, ég veit ekki, ég held ég sé með það, ég ekki viss. Þú veist. Þannig að þetta staðan. Þannig að ég sagði við hann og ég sendi henni þættina, ég sagði hlusta hann á Ásmundina svo það getur catch up sem fyrst og svo bara býður okkur í kaffi og við í íþróttahreyfingunni erum alltaf til að setjast niður með þér og fara yfir með þetta. Þannig að nú erum við bara komið nýtt skotmark og nú þurfum við bara öll, ekki býða eftir einhver annar gera, við þurfum bara öll að pinga það. En viljið þið koma með einhver lokaráð eða svona breifhart ræði í lokin?
Nei, en ég ætla samt að segja ykkur, bara svo þið vitið af því, þessir 3 erlendu fyrirlesarar, ef þið viljið læra meira af þeim, þá erum við að taka upp podcast við þau öll núna.
Jesus.
Nei, ekki Silju, hún kemur one day, íþróttara power og þetta mun koma út á svona næstu 3-4 vikum, 1 í 1 held ég. Þannig að ef þið viljið hlusta meira á þau, þá getið þið hlustað á þau þar.
Já, mig langaði kannski bara svona rétt að enda á því að segja bara við byggjum framtíðina á þeim upplýsingum sem við lærum úr fortíðinni og við getum öll lært hvert af öðru og við þurfum að gera mistök til þess að læra, það sýnir allavega við verum að reyna og þannig getum við líka lært hvert af öðru Og ég held að við ættum kannski bara öll að hafa í huga að lokamarkmiðið að mínum að nú segja, að skila betra samfélagi, skila betra fólki út í samfélagi. Af því að þeir sem eru í íþróttum, þeir verður svo geggjað fólk. Þannig það bara svona mitt. Takk.
Ég eiginlega sammála þessum orðum. Ég eiginlega sammála ég ætlaði að segja að við erum alveg gott fólk, góða Íslendinga. Bónusin síðan að við náum í ykkur gull á alþjóðlegum mótum, það bara flott. En svo erum við bara eins og normennir að tala að vera með eins marga eins lengi og hægt og í góðu umhverfi. Svo vil ég bara þakka fyrir mig hérna og fyrir frábæran dag hérna.
Já, ég þeirra skoðunar að við erum frábær. Við erum bara frábær í svo mörgu og að því að ég nú hérna fyrir hönd knattspyrnu hreyfingarinnar þá höfum við náttúrulega verið leiðandi í mörgu og viljum náttúrulega að það sé náttúrulega horft til fótboltan sem svona, ég ætla ekki að, ok.
Komdu með það.
Bara við erum bara hugsum stórt og viljum vel og erum að vanda okkur og erum fagleg og árangur getur verið metin í alls konar, það er í medaljum og svo bara að búa til góða einstaklinga og allt það. Það er líka ótrúlega gaman í hinu alþjóðlega samfélagi hvað horft til okkar. Að við skulum vera hér, við erum með strákana á HM núna í handboltanum, stelpurnar voru í desember, kvennalandsliði í sumar, fimleikarnir voru í haust með frábært mót og svo framvegis. Þannig að við hljótum að vera að gera margt gott. En við getum alltaf gert betur og það er það sem við eigum alltaf. Við erum alltaf að vera að ýta í okkur og reyna að pússa þetta aðeins lengra og gera betur í öllu því sem við erum að gera og vera faglegri. Þannig að mér finnst við bara vera að gera ótrúlega marga góða hluti. Það er rétt sem Arnar nefnir að við þurfum að vera miklu grimmari og er ég skaut hérna á kennaran á hann, ég veit ekki hvað, það verður ábyggilega allt vitlaust núna, en það er bara partur af þessu. Við þurfum að vera svolítið kokki og vera góð með okkur, því að við erum ansi góð í mjög mörgu. Takk fyrir mig, vel gert.
Já, takk fyrir í dag. Kannski ég segi það í lokin að við auðvitað þökkum HR, UMFI, ISI og IBR kærlega fyrir að halda þessa ráðstefnu.